cafe mocha flavor.
Attention Zantac users. If you or a loved one use Zantac or ranitidine products on a regular basis and were diagnosed with kidney, stomach, or bladder cancer after use, you might be entitled to financial compensation. The FDA requested manufacturers to pull Zantac and products containing ranitidine off the market. Note the cancer-causing agent NDMA. Call the number on your screen now for a free consultation about your case. The FDA sent the warning to consumers, patients, and health.
Call 800-491-1844. That's
reasonably close here to
Carolina. That and then
Get your daily dose of everything weather.
wow! Boy, we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Welcome back to Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Bugger the Live in Gulf Shores, Alabama, here at the Lodge at Gulf State Park. And beautiful lodge, beautiful boardwalk leading down to the beach. Already earlier we had at least a 30-foot section of the boardwalk has disappeared because of the wave action. Another 5 to 6 foot section of the boardwalk now is also a victim of Hurricane Sally here and the relentless waves. I mean, take a look at the wave heights. As far as you can see white caps. You can only see maybe a third of a mile at the most. And we're still seeing very strong winds coming in from the east. Nearby stations reporting 55-mile-per-hour winds. So we're well in that tropical storm force wind, but we have those heavier rain bands coming through, and we're kind of in that right now. That's where some of the strongest winds are embedded, and we're still seeing them kind of lash the coastline. So this hurricane has been churning up the waves, but as it starts to make landfall as we head towards tomorrow, we're going to see that surge approach. Already seeing a water rise already abnormally high here, but it's going to get even higher. And then you have the winds changing direction. When they come out of the south, they're going to push even more water up and over parts of these dunes. So we could even lose more of this section of the boardwalk. There's also a pier farther off behind me, which just opened a couple of days ago. That is far better built than this. This is a wood structure. That is mainly a concrete structure. So hopefully we won't have damage to that pier, but there's a lot of damage that will probably happen to this wood boardwalk here, and there's a second one a little farther east on this beach here. So already witnessing some damage here along the coast, but it's what you're seeing kind of wave between me and the camera, the sheets of rain coming on through here. Reports of some areas already picking up 10 plus inches of rain, and that could be about half of what some areas will see here. So a 20-inch rain event, maybe a 24, 25-inch rain event, not out of the question at all with the approach here and landfall of Hurricane Sally. So that's going to be a big concern, even miles and miles away from here, even up towards the I-10 corridor. If you're within, say, an hour drive of the coast in Alabama and points eastward, you got the potential of dealing with flash flooding with Hurricane Sally. It's amazing what we're going through here. And this storm really just popped up a few days ago, and we're still going to be dealing with this for a few more days with this slow jaunt on shore. I think I've lost connection back with the studio, so I'm going to toss it back to Mike. I know he's checking more things in the tropics, including the risk of severe weather. Again, Mike, another concern is tornadoes as we have the approach and landfall of Sally.
It's amazing to think of all the different hazards that we encounter when it comes to a hurricane. And not that it isn't awful where Paul lives, but my goodness, now we have at least an opportunity for tornadoes to be spawned by this. And a lot of times when you get a landfalling tropical system, it will do that. At least brief spin-ups can occur, all right? Ron asked this, can we get more updates on the tornadoes for tonight? Of course we can, Ron. Let's do that exactly right now. Tornado watch, by the way, that's been extended. It was until 7 o'clock. It's now until 6 o'clock in the morning. This entire area highlighted in red around St. Mark's, Florida, all the way over to Mobile, Alabama. This is going to be the area of right front quadrant. I know we talk about that term a lot. What that is exactly what it sounds like. The right front quadrant of the storm. In this essence, it's going to be this side right here. And so that's why those are the locations where you're going to end up getting the greatest risk for severe storms. You're going to have high winds on the north side and the east side in particular, but then just enough dynamics in the atmosphere to create the opportunity for tornadoes. This area that's highlighted in the red color, a torcon of 3. Again, it's not a high chance of tornadoes, but there is a chance at least, and it seems like every single system makes landfall brings us that opportunity. Wind shear in the atmosphere is something hurricanes don't like. They like low wind shear. That allows them to grow, but to make tornadoes, you want wind shear to happen. It's a change in wind speed, direction, and intensity with height, all right? So what I'm going to show you here is the wind shear today. And at the lower levels, this is generally the direction that the winds are moving, all right? And then you talk about what happens a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. Can we get that turn? Yes, you can. Now notice the direction, the general direction here of the winds. And so maybe enough to support some surface or mid-level rotation here and an opportunity for tornadoes to spin. Tomorrow, similar locations could see severe weather. Panama City over to Tallahassee here, I-10 corridor does get affected here. And tomorrow, similar, look at the wind shear that we have. We'll be making landfall tomorrow. And then similar, we're going to have wind shear that's maybe a little bit more displaced off to the east, but it's still there. Mark?
Yeah, far-reaching impacts for that severe weather. And coming up next, we're going to continue our live coverage of Hurricane Sally from the Gulf and well inland over the next couple days.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Here? Nah. Here. Nope.
All-new Chevy Trailblazer.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
Every morning at 4:30, you hear the cooks hop on the floor. It's hard times in the mill, my love, hard times in the mill. Every morning right at 6, don't that old bell make you sick? Hard times in the mill, my love, hard times.
Next on Weather Underground, Hurricane Sally, still a dangerous, slow-moving system threatening the Gulf Coast with storm surge and potentially historic rainfall. We have live coverage from areas in the path of this hurricane and break down the timing for prolonged impacts, not just at the coast, but across Alabama, Florida, Georgia, and into the Carolinas. So a lot to get to here in the coming hours. Hurricane Sally edges ever so close here, Mark, to the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, that's right. Mike, we're continuing to cover this hurricane as it moves through. It is such a slow go. I mean, it is staggering the amount of rain that will fall. If you were to somehow capture all of it, 20 million Olympic-sized swimming pools worth of rain is going to fall from basically this afternoon throughout Friday.
It's nuts. And the thing about it is we're already now starting to feel the effects of what some of that heavy rain is doing to us. And numerous flash flood warnings in effect, not to mention now the surge is coming up, not to mention the winds are starting to pick up as the system is creeping toward the coastline here. With the last advisory at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, 4 o'clock Central Time, we have a Category 1, 80-mile-per-hour hurricane. It's so slow-moving right now at just 2 miles per hour, but we are anticipating maybe a little bit faster forward speed and a landfall at some point tomorrow morning. 85 miles south of Mobile, Alabama, and it could be headed right in to Mobile, Alabama. That's a look at the forecast track, okay? Either maintaining or bringing down the wind speed now through landfall. Again, I don't think that matters all that much at this point. I don't think it matters if it goes up a little bit or down a little bit. I think it's all going to end up being pretty much the same. But you follow the central cone on that, and you can see coming in around Mobile for us with some pretty significant surge that should happen on the eastern side. Not to mention, we're getting a very strong push of just water in general up into Mobile Bay here. That'll include Dolphin Island. That'll include Gulf Shores and Orange Beach, Perdido Key, Panama City, Pensacola Beach, I should say. Hurricane warnings have narrowed quite a bit. And you can see from Gulfport to just past Pensacola, we have hurricane warnings in effect here. You'll get a north wind here in Mississippi. You're likely going to get an east and eventually a south wind in Alabama and then in the panhandle of Florida. You take a look at that storm, and it is just scary looking when you see how it just hovers off the coast here and just lashes us and lashes us and lashes us. Boy, we really wish this thing had more significant forward speed. It just doesn't. So it means we're in this for a long time. We'll be in this all night long. Really heavy rain in the northern eyewall right now, with Mobile gusting to 56 now. So the winds are really now starting to pick up as we're increasing the rain and just the wind itself from the eye and the outer eyewall from this. Panama City, 14 miles per hour, gusting to 22. Pensacola, we're now gusting to 30 miles per hour, and you can see where the center of circulation is. As I was alluding to, so much rain. We're getting numerous flash flood warnings right now. Panama City, including Bay County, we have a flash flood warning. In Freeport, this will include a place like Walton County. We're under a flash flood warning. Destin, that's going to include Crestview as well, and I-10. Okaloosa, Santa Rosa counties are under a flash flood warning. Escambia County, Baldwin County, we're under a flash flood warning. That's Pensacola, Pensacola Beach. That's Gulf Shores, Alabama, and we are just absolutely getting lit up right now in Gulf Shores, Alabama, and over towards, say, Dolphin Island as well. So the heavy rain, as some of the places here have picked up more than 18 inches of rain just offshore, but some spots here near Panama City, we're pushing now 14 inches of rain. Around Pensacola, about 6 inches of rain has fallen for us. Not to mention now we're getting a huge surge of Gulf of Mexico water coming onshore now. Storm surge warnings still remain in effect here. Some of the highest numbers will be at the Eyewall location, and that's going to include probably Mobile over toward Pensacola, that narrow corridor of some of the highest surge. It's all a matter of the trajectory of those waves, and again, a push in this direction pushes the Gulf of Mexico onto land. But look at this on the backside here. We've got northerly winds, and at Shell Beach, where we're exposed, we have 4.3 feet of water rise right now, and so we're going underwater here at Shell Beach. Look at this forecast. It's come down a little bit since yesterday, but it's still significant. 4 to 7 feet here, not to mention the wave action that comes on top of that just chews away the coastline here, marks significant beach erosion. Dunes will be compromised. Water intrusion will happen.
And you mentioned Gulf Shores there a couple of times. We know that the rain is increasing steadily, the wave action increasing steadily as well, and that's where we find our own meteorologist, Paul Goodlow, this evening. Paul, real tough to tell the height of the waves behind you. We can't tell how tall that other pier is. Any sense from you, being right there, how tall the waves have gotten now?
Huge. That's how tall, Mark. I don't mean to make light of it, but I mean, these are really big waves. Now, it's hard to see now because the heavy rain band coming through, but typically there's probably minimum 15 to 20 feet from the bottom of the pier to the top of the water. And we're seeing waves smash into the end of the pier every now and then. They're not constant, but we've seen waves smash up into the end of it and then fly up. So that's part of some of the deepest, tallest part of the pier out there, and easily 20-foot plus waves at the end of that pier, and even closer into shore, 15 to 20-foot waves we've witnessed here. And it's that type of wave action which has been eating away at the end of this boardwalk here. Again, this is made of wood, and this entire length has been shaking. Even closer to the lodge here at Gulf State Park, this entire boardwalk has been shaking because of the winds here. Closer to the Gulf, you got the wave action pounding this end of the boardwalk as well. It is taking a beating here, and so I can imagine what it feels like on this concrete and steel pier. It's a brand new pier. The previous hurricane wiped it out and just reopened, and they have the removable kind of walkway, these concrete flooring that lines that pier there, but it's a good probably at least a quarter-mile long. So that's out there in the brunt of it. Again, the farther away from land you get, the higher up you get, the stronger the winds. So the wind gusts here have easily been in that 50 to 60 mile per hour range. I'm pretty sure the add maybe another 10 or even 15 miles per hour to some of the winds we're getting at the end of that pier. Again, the pier is closed, there's no one out there, and we're not getting too close to the end of this pier because we've seen parts of the pier disappear throughout the rest of earlier today here. But right now, as these winds are basically east, kind of almost a northeast component to them, they're not giving us the biggest waves yet or the biggest push of surge. We'll see that as we head overnight and tomorrow, as the winds have a little bit more of a southerly component. It's going to help push these waves up and over this high part of the dune system. So it's going to be a long duration event. And you know, you're talking about the forward speed, 2 miles per hour. That's a slow walk. 3 miles per hour is a typical walk. 2 miles per hour is even slower, and that's the speed of this system. So we're going to be in that strong part of the hurricane, that right front quadrant, for at least another 12 hours or so as this thing continues to make landfall. Hopefully it continues to strengthen up. Some models are saying it's going to speed up, come on shore, and then move on to the north and more towards the northeast. But there are other models are saying that 2 miles per hour, well, it could be slowing down and then maybe meandering and then slowly making a landfall, and that could drag it out for maybe 24 hours. So we're hoping it's on that shorter time frame because, you know, people think, oh, it's just a Category 1. You don't want to have 24 hours of even Category 1 hurricane force wind gusts, because that's going to do cumulative damage. It's going to add up, just like this rainfall is adding up here. So we're probably closing in just where we are closing in on double-digit rainfall here in Gulf Shores.
And obviously having some transmission difficulty from Paul there. Hey, as he mentioned, you nickel and dime your way to the heavy rainfall totals, the wind. It takes a toll on everything, including the broadcast equipment. So we'll fix that. We'll get back to Paul in just a second. Let's talk about the rainfall. The rainfall potential here is staggering and just unbelievable, the amount of water that's about to fall. How could there not be flood alerts, okay? We're talking flash flood watches. Sure, at the coast, you'd expect that with the landfalling tropical system, but would you expect it in Birmingham? In Atlanta, along the Tennessee-North Carolina border? That's how far these flood alerts have gotten. At the coastline, this is rain still to come. Not just the rain that's already fallen or a storm total, but on top of what has already fallen, we're talking about an additional 12 to 18 inches around Pensacola, an additional 5 to 8 around Mobile. And look at that stretch of orange going through Columbus towards Macon. We'll follow that farther north. Here's that stretch through Macon, maybe the north side of Macon, the south side of Atlanta. Could have 5 to 8 inches of rain, 3 to 5 inches of rain through Charlotte, through Raleigh, through Norfolk. It's so much water that it's hard to put your mind around it. If you were to somehow crack open the Empire State Building and pour in all of the water that's falling from this storm, you would need, roughly 49,000 of them to capture all of this water. It is a huge, huge amount of rain that is falling down. Part of that is because of high levels of atmospheric moisture, right? The mid and upper levels of the atmosphere are primed and ready to go. It's a warmer world and it's holding more moisture. But the real factor is the slow motion of the storm, because then it's able to tap into that higher amounts of moisture for hours. Look at the center go. From where we're at now to where we'll be Thursday at midnight is what? I don't know, 30 miles? It's nothing. It's barely budging. Then that center finally gets its act together Thursday into Friday and starts moving through the Carolinas. But it's still slow enough to give you some really, really heavy totals. Here's a look at the European model. This is one of the more reliable global models. And again, we'll just put this circle on the map for where we're at now with our center, rolling that forward all the way until Thursday overnight. Gosh, that is not a far enough distance, okay? And then going all the way through Atlanta and through the Carolinas Thursday into Friday. Mike, when you saturate these grounds and you add just a little bit of wind, well, then now the trees aren't holding on the same way, and so power outages are going to ramp up.
It's going to be a tough scenario. You know, think about how many trees there are across the south, too. It's just so heavily forested. There could be some real issues there. In places where you've got, in urban areas where you have above ground power lines too. Let's talk about those winds, all right? Because that's the other aspect of this that we need to focus on. Winds are already gusty at Pascagoula. We have gusts of 41. Mobile's really cranked up here lately. 56 mile per hour gusts here downtown in Pensacola. We've got winds at 40 miles per hour right now. Take it over toward Panama City, 22, Destin at 35, and in Apalachicola, we have gusts at 30. Apalachicola is a fairly long way away from where the center of this is. So where do we expect the core of the winds? We've got the hurricane force winds that extend out about 40 miles from the center of this. And so you're talking about, an area from maybe Pascagoula to Pensacola that could really get the core of the wind here. Hurricane force winds. Then 60 mile per hour winds could extend in either side, more to the east side and more to the north side than the west, but could still get some very gusty winds in Biloxi, and then up into Montgomery. Then I think following a trajectory of this, up by I-85, Montgomery to Atlanta is going to have some issues. When does it happen, though? When does the landfall happen? When does the center of circulation intersect with land? According to the models, again, this is going to vary, all right? Don't say, Bettis, you told me 4 in the morning and it didn't happen until 8. Take it with a grain of salt because we don't know exactly how the forward speed is going to progress with this. But sometime tomorrow morning, hitting somewhere, in the barrier islands here in Alabama. Could be a Dolphin Island, could be out there toward Fort Morgan. And then the right front quadrant hit happens around Gulf Shores, Alabama, and Pensacola, where you're really going to get a strong push of water. That's going to happen more toward low tide. Thank goodness, but I don't know if it matters all that much, though. You get a difference of a foot or so of tide. I don't think it matters that much when you've got this huge surge and wave action. Then you watch the system come up into a Montgomery, big wind event for us. The winds start to back off some as the system starts to dissipate and widen out, but still gusty winds along I-20, I-75 for you, then maybe continue up I-85 from Atlanta into the upstate of South Carolina. Widespread power outages are possible for us as a result of the intense winds, especially near the coast. So I say especially, I-10 and south, but even maybe a little bit north of I-10 as well. A lot of trees down here that could come down. Likely power outages extend up towards, say, Montgomery. What I would say about that is make sure you've got everything charged up tonight. Make sure your car's got a full tank of gas. Make sure you have extra batteries for your phones, laptops, stuff like that. And then if you're going to operate a generator, make sure you do it properly. Outside only. Operate it outdoors, never inside your home or in a garage. Do not plug it into the walls to avoid the backfeeding there. Use heavy-duty extension cords. You buy those when you buy your generator. Turn the generator on before plugging the appliances into it. Mark, during Hurricane Laura that hit in Louisiana, we had more people die to carbon monoxide poisoning than the actual storm effects themselves. So let's not have that repeat during Hurricane Sally.
Yeah, we don't want that again at all, that's for sure. Dauphin Island here continues to see the rainfall coming through, but if the rain and the power outages weren't enough of a problem for you, well, how about the severe weather that's starting to become more likely? We've got a tornado watch that has been issued. This is a long-duration tornado watch, mind you. Goes all the way through the overnight to tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Central Time. Here's a look at the storm, and you can see that spin, right? The center's hanging out off the coast, and that spin is working its way on through. Flood warnings, no severe warnings yet, but a little bit of a shear line is starting to crank up. You see this area right in here outside of Gulf Shores, and that area where the blues and greens meet up, I think there are some signs off the coast that we're now starting to see a little bit more in the way of shear and spin, and that will march its way inland slowly as the center moves its way inland and increase that tornado threat. So it's a 3 out of 10 as we go through the rest of the night. Again, it's all about the different wind directions. At the surface, you look at these blue lines. These are the surface winds across the Florida Panhandle, southern Alabama, even into southern Mississippi, and they're going almost due east to west, almost maybe even a little bit of a southerly component. You go 5,000 feet up, and now these winds are coming in from the Gulf. They're going south to north. Very different wind direction with height, and that is going to contribute to that chance for more storms that could be rotating and the chance for tornadoes. Tomorrow, it's a very similar zone. If anything, we stretch it out a little bit more. So, Mike, from the Florida Panhandle all the way through South Georgia, maybe to the Carolinas by the end of the day, tornado risk will be increasing.
All right, Mark, thank you for that. And we have a lot more to show you tonight on Weather Underground as we track, Sally. We've got live coverage from the Gulf Coast, including with Paul Goodlook, Gulf Shores, Alabama, next.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Water?
Incoming! Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Neo.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting and sure, with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
My turn. It shows up at the end of the year. Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
At Harry & David, we know that a gift is more than a beautiful box. It's a lifetime of love, the joy of friendship, the moments together, big and small. We make it easy to celebrate the ones you love. Life is a gift. Share more.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
I suffered with psoriasis for so long. It was kind of a shock after I started Cosentix. I'm still clear. 5 years now.
Cosentix works fast to give you clear skin that can last. Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentix. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms. If your inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to, serious allergic reactions may occur.
I look and feel so much better. See me.
Ask your dermatologist if Cosentix could help you move past the pain of psoriasis.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Thank you.
Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
A logo can do more than identify your company. It can connect in meaningful ways, energize your team, and inspire your customers. We're 4imprint, and we know your logo on the right product can create moments that matter. With 30 years of experience and thousands of products to choose from, we guarantee your order will be right the first time, on time, and for a great price. Be certain that the right moments will matter. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
I sent your new prescription to the pharmacy.
Any idea how much it will cost?
You have a choice. Insurance or GoodRx?
I have insurance.
Insurance is not what it used to be. People struggle to get their prescriptions covered, and prices keep rising. I recommend GoodRx. You get free coupons to save on your prescriptions. Compare prices to find the best discounts.
GoodRx. Smart.
Stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel. Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
From this point forward, conditions will continue to deteriorate.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodler here in Gulf Shores, Alabama, and we can perhaps see the center of Hurricane Sally come here or come pretty close here as we head throughout the day tomorrow. Right now we're hoping the landfall will be in the morning, but it could be a long duration landfall of the strongest part of the hurricane coming on shore here in coastal Alabama. Again, just a Category 1 hurricane in terms of the stats, but in terms of the weather, pretty ferocious weather so far. Local wind gusts have been 55 plus miles per hour, but that rain has been relentless this afternoon now into this evening, and we've seen easily 10 inches of rain reported in the area, and we can see another 10 before all the weather impacts with Sally starts to move on out of here. We're in this for quite some time, and with the heavier rain bands is where some of the strongest winds are, and already 55 plus mile per hour wind gusts we've been dealing with, easily wind gusts closer to 60 miles per hour from time to time. Here at the coast, we're also watching until when our winds shift more toward the south, we'll see a bigger push of the ocean and the waves from the surge, most likely reaching some of these dunes as well. We're going to be in this for the long haul throughout the duration. Round-the-clock coverage continues as we're tracking Hurricane Sally. Mike?
Paul Goodlow for us tonight in Alabama. Paul, thank you for that. Let's talk a little bit more about Florida now. Joining us is Jared Moskowitz, Director of Florida's Division of Emergency Management. Jared, good to see you. Obviously, you're looking at what's happening here with the hurricane, and it squarely puts the Panhandle of Florida at risk. Tell us about your strategy of contending with this in Pensacola, Panama City.
Sure. Thank you again for the opportunity. Thank you for everything the Weather Channel does, especially as these storms, especially this year, seem to change direction on us pretty quickly. So, we're well prepared here in the state and in the Western Panhandle. These flood type events are always a little tricky. I mean, we learned some hard lessons obviously after Harvey. A lot of those lessons learned we're applying in the Panhandle. But we have several swift water rescue teams ready and deployed on standby in Tallahassee, waiting to get into the area. Obviously, we'll have air operations if necessary. We've activated the National Guard here with high water vehicles as well. And so, obviously with COVID-19, we want to make sure that the shelters that are opening, that there's PPE in the area, which we moved into the area earlier on. We got non-congregate shelters, up 2 of them, taking people in. Obviously, the counties are utilizing those. And so, these storms are a little trickier. You need things, you need them a little quicker. Pumps to get the water out if you can. You're dealing with a lot of rural areas that can flood. A lot of people probably did not evacuate because of the wind intensity. And so, and it's not just the initial rains that'll come. It's obviously in the days later watching those rivers. So, we're prepared here in the state. We've dealt with this before. This area dealt with the 2014 floods. And so, we know what they need.
So, Jared, kind of along the lines you were just talking about, we started to hear some of the chatter on social media. Oh, it's only a Category 1. How do you phrase your messaging a little bit differently, since the categories really only speak to the wind event and don't touch the water event that could be coming at all?
Well, I mean, we just reiterate what you guys have been doing over the years, and I know Ken Graham at the National Hurricane Center. We remind people that while it's sensational to talk about the wind, water kills more people after hurricanes than wind, and it's not even a close statistic. And so, in these events, obviously people that stayed that might see rising water in their house. We don't want them to go out in their vehicle and drive in floodwaters. We know that's very dangerous. And so we message that, so do the local county emergency managers. Messaging, especially, in these times, is extremely important to break in to make sure that we're getting people information accurately and on time.
Jared, we know this is a long duration type of event. How long will it take your teams to do assessments of what the damage is or what the beaches look like in places like the Panhandle?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, obviously we're not dealing with a significant storm surge in comparison to other storms that we've had. But what's different here is the beaches are going to get battered, for 2 days basically. And so we'll have to see what that looks like. Obviously, we'll go out and we'll do damage assessments fairly quickly as soon as the probably on Thursday, we'll start, trying to help the counties with their damage assessments. But, right now, my biggest concern isn't the beaches. My biggest concern, obviously, is a lot of this inland flooding that we could see from 20-plus inches of rain and, seeing rivers crest and all the complications that happen with that. So we're watching all of that. We're monitoring it. We have all of the equipment pre-staged, ready to go. We've talked to the power companies for power restoration. We got generators on standby for one of our health facilities that might lose power. Obviously, potable water, drinking water is always a big deal in floods. And so we want to make sure we have that ready. We have that already pre-staged in Tallahassee up from our warehouse in Orlando.
Yeah, Jared Moskowitz, as ready as you're going to be. So thanks so much for joining us and letting us know how Florida is preparing for yet another onslaught in the 2020 onslaught that never seems to end. And for more tropical coverage, stay here. Plus, check out Pattern Storm Break on Snapchat. They'll have updates not only on the tropics, but also the wildfires.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar.
In this kind bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
Introducing new life cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new life cuisine. Delicious your way.
Freezing cold. Blazing heat. Rain-X premium silicone wiper blades are engineered to withstand the most extreme conditions. They last 2 times longer than traditional wipers. If Rain-X premium silicone wipers survive these conditions, clearly they'll last in yours. Rain-X, outsmart the elements. Find Rain-X silicone wipers at these retailers.
Here? Nah. Here. No. Here.
When the middle of nowhere is somewhere. The all-new Chevy Trailblazer.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What? Oh my.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
It's grilled cheese time, yeah, it's time for grilled cheese. After we make a grilled cheese, then we're eating grilled cheese because it's time, yeah, time for grilled cheese.
This is my body of proof.
Proof I can fight moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis.
Proof I can fight psoriatic arthritis. With Humira. Proof of less joint pain.
And clearer skin in PSA.
Humira targets and blocks the source of inflammation that contributes to joint pain and irreversible damage.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Humira is proven to help stop further joint damage.
Want more proof? Ask your rheumatologist about Humira citrate-free.
If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
From this point forward, conditions will continue to deteriorate.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
We're concerned about the water, sometimes in the wind, whether it's rain or the surge.
There's so many restaurants on the beach that can be ruined just from the wind, and it's just really sad.
COVID, it's going to be kind of difficult because we have to keep them apart. And we just don't know how many we're going to have. We don't know what the number's going to look like.
Hurricane Sally is not to be taken for granted.
Closing it at 6:30 Central Time here. Welcome back to Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodell live in Gulf Shores, Alabama, in one of the stronger rain and wind bands.
And as you can see, that strong wind band, as he was just talking about, just knocked out that signal. So we'll get that back as soon as we can, and we'll hear from Paul. It is quite the intense line coming right towards Paul right now. At least 60-mile-per-hour winds, but likely gusts that are higher than that as that next rain band approaches. So let's talk about what else we know right now as Hurricane Sally is moving in. We know that 2 large casino boats broke loose from a dock where they were undergoing construction in Alabama and started drifting. They had to be rescued. USPS suspended operations at 60 Alabama post offices, and Mississippi Emergency Management has shelters open across many counties: George, Hancock, Harrison, Jackson. River and Stone. Want to go back out to Paul? We'll hope the signal stays on because, Paul, that is quite the line of rain marching through your location.
Yeah, Mark, just when I think it's getting pretty bad, it then gets worse here. And when you have the heavier rain bands, that's where the stronger winds are embedded in those lines, just lashing the coastline here. And for those of you wondering, am I safe? Yes, in terms of with this easterly wind, what's upwind for me is basically sand. I'm actually feeling at times wet sand kind of slamming my face with these kind of small tropical raindrops, which kind of sting as well here. So there's nothing in terms of any type of debris that I could be in danger of. And when I can, trust me, I get out of this. I'm not staying out here for an entire hour at a time, not at all. But that's the concern. This is going to keep pounding this area of the coast for hours upon hours. As we start losing the sun here, we're coming up to about close to just before 7 o'clock is the sunset. You can still see the huge waves now. This one crashing at the end of the pier out there, and that pier is at least maybe probably a third of a mile from where I'm standing out here. It is pushing up over the end of that pier, which is easily 20 foot plus over where the top of the water should be to the bottom of that pier, because we're dealing with waves like that one is huge, probably at least 20 feet, if not more. And that's what's lashing the pier. That's what's lashing this entire boardwalk, which comes over the dunes from the lodge at Gulf State Park out to the beach. We've lost easily 30 feet of the end of this boardwalk. I'm not going to get any closer to it because it's just not safe to do that right now. I want to stay out here while I can while the sun is up. But once the sun goes down, we're still going to have the rain bands and the wind lashing this area, and the rain, double-digit rainfall already, and maybe another double-digit to come before this entire thing is over. And the concern is, this is not going to be one and done, people. This is a marathon. This thing is moving so slowly at a casual walking pace. We're going to be in this overnight, so hopefully you're in your safe place and ride this one out. We're here at the lodge at Gulf State Park. These buildings here can withstand 150 mile-per-hour winds, so we do have a safe place to ride this one out here as the approach of Hurricane Sally will last well into tomorrow. Mike?
Incredible stuff there already in Gulf Shores, Alabama. It's going to stay like that and not let up. It's just going to keep going. It may even get worse for Paul, as he's basically at this point on the fringes of the northern eye wall of this hurricane. It's an 80-mile-per-hour hurricane with a north movement at 2. Paul was talking about it. It's like walking speed. You can generally walk a mile at just a moderate pace in 20 minutes. So it's even slower than you would walk. You can do 3 miles in an hour. There's where Paul sits. He's about right in here. That's Gulf Shores, Alabama. You see where the eye is. It's about 55 miles away. And the hurricane force winds extend out from the center 40 miles. So he's really very, very close, but just getting hammered right now. The heavy rain is going to stay there. That's when the highest winds will also be peaking for him here. But I think about right here is about where the hurricane force winds begin for him. So it's not that far away. Pensacola, we're also on the receiving end of this. And you can see that we're getting some pretty intense winds here on that eastern side and northern side. Numerous areas where flash flooding is happening. Bay County is under a flash flooding. They extend all the way back toward Escambia and Baldwin counties. Impressive looking on the satellite. We don't expect much, if any, intensification from this point going forward, Mark, and that's a good thing.
Absolutely, although it's strong enough as it slowly marches through, and we're going to bring you the latest on this ongoing crisis, both from the tropics and in the western United States, where destructive wildfires are ongoing. We'll be right back.
Ta-da! Did you know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
I should get a quote.
Do it.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Here's Candace,
who works from home and then works from home. But she can handle pickup, even when her bladder makes a little drop-off. Because Candace has poise. Poise under pressure and poise in her pants. It takes poise.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Damp Rid.
Stay restless with the icon that does the same. The RX, crafted by Lexus.
Lease the 2020 RX 350 for $409 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing with your Lexus dealer.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What? Oh my.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product, very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
They say carnivorous devourus inhabits these waters. If he's here, this devour white cheddar mac and cheese with bacon will lure him out.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
Get your daily dose of everything weather on Quibi. From the viral
now to the weather video that we cannot stop watching.
To the vital.
Get ready because we are in for another wet week.
And all the wonderful weather in between.
Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Taking a live look here at Gulf Shores, Alabama, where, gosh, the rain is really coming down. You can barely see out that front window, right? The windshield wiper's having a tough time keeping up. It looks very much like it is a tropical system, right? All those raindrops are just getting obliterated by the wind. It lowers the visibility. It makes seeing down the road that much harder. What's lucky, I suppose, is that all the lights are on, right? The street lights are up. There's no power outages in this area, and there's no water covering this road, although the rain is pretty intense. Speaking of the intense rain, we've been watching the rain increasing for our own Paul Goodlow in Gulf Shores, Alabama right now. Paul, gosh, between the rain hitting you and the sand hitting you, it's a free microdermabrasion out there tonight.
Yeah, I guess some people call it a spot treatment, but this is, I guess, just work for us in this wild, crazy year of 2020. You mentioned power outages. As I can see here, at least this part of Gulf Shores, all the power is on as far as I can see, but it doesn't mean we don't have power outages. That's going to continue. A lot of people are hopefully taking this storm seriously because, yes, it's a Category 1 hurricane, but we've been saying this time and time again. Don't get caught up in the category, and don't get caught up in that center point. get caught up in this, which is the weather. It's the weather that's going to impact even away from that center. It's the weather we've been dealing with really since last night here in Gulf Shores. We're in one of the heavier rain bands where some of the strongest winds are, which at times have been gusting well over 60 miles per hour sustained. Woo, closer to 40, so that's tropical storm force winds. But the weather, the impact is going to be this heavy rain and strong winds, even category 1 hurricane winds, even tropical storm force wind gusts. If you have them for 20, 24, 26 hours, they're going to cause some damage to even well-built structures. It's about the duration of having these strong winds and different weather impacts as well. So you definitely got to be prepared for even things that you think are well-built to have some damage to the duration of this, because again, the hurricane is moving like this. That's a 2-mile-per-hour pace, not very fast, but it's going to be for hours and hours, kind of like a marathon. 26.2 miles, you can see 26.2 hours of tropical storm plus force wind gusts, not to mention the rain. The rain already 10 plus inches in this area, and it's not just here at the coast. That's going to move inland, and that's a huge threat. I know, Mark, you have more on that inland flood threat from Sally.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a far-reaching impact. That rain is not staying at the coast. Looking live now towards Atlanta. Doesn't scream out, oh, tropical system coming, right? It's Atlanta. It takes hours to get to the beach. But unfortunately, the tropical rains are headed your way. And with a paved-over megalopolis like Atlanta, we certainly could have some flood concerns. The flood concerns have already started to pile up if you look towards the coastline. The coast is seeing that rain really picking up in earnest. You can also see that slow motion of the center, right? It's barely budging. Also to point out, one thing of note, this orange box, that is a marine advisory. There's some rotation starting to crank, so we may start to see more of those fast-moving tornado warnings. But for now, it's flood warnings from, let's say, Pascagoula to Gulf Shores, back through the Pensacola area. Then you get to Destin to Crestview, flash flood warnings there. We continue eastbound through, let's say, the Panama City area, where there's been lots of reports of flooding. Many roads here with standing water on them, including West Beach Drive being flooded in that area. That report from a 911 call. How could there not be flooding? Look at some of these numbers just off the coast, but that pink color stretching now up towards the Panama City area. Again, this all goes inland, and goes inland in a big way. Flash flood watches are up all the way to the Tennessee-North Carolina border. Look at the rain. That's still to come rain. Not stuff that's already occurred, but rain that's still to come. And gosh, this modeling is, if anything, still slowing down. You look at the European model here. This is now Thursday at 3 a.m., just outside the Florida Panhandle in the Alabama side for that center. By overnight Wednesday into Thursday, Mike, we follow this towards Atlanta. By Thursday evening, I think the rainfall rates in the Atlanta metro area could still be in that 1 to even 3 inch per hour rainfall rate at times. Gosh, it's going to be a big event inland.
Amazing to think how many days we'll be dealing with this, even far from the coastline. And then you talk about opposites. It's so dry in the west. And look at the apocalyptic scenes in the town of Talent, Oregon here, where the fire retardant was laid down on the city. Didn't do hardly any good at all, did it? Literally left in ashes. 36 people have died from wildfires in Washington, Oregon, and California over the last few months. The forecast still does not bode well. It stays warm. It stays dry. We have elevated fire danger in southern Oregon, northern California, northwest Nevada through the day, today, tomorrow, likely going to just come right back. The acreage consumed has been just almost unbelievable. 900,000 acres in Oregon. This big Santiam fire pushing almost 400,000 acres. Then you talk about California. 3 million acres have been scorched here. A lot of that has been focused in northern California with the largest fire in state history, the August fire that combined with the Elkhorn fire. Now almost 900,000 acres has burned. We'll talk more about the fires, more about Hurricane Sally when we come back.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
When the Murrays started using Gain Ultra Flings, they fell in love with its irresistible scent. Looks like their dog Michelangelo did too. Gain Ultra Flings with 2 times Oxy Boost and Febreze.
What do we want for dinner?
Burgers! I want a sugar cookie. I want a bucket of
because it's the cheesiest. Kraft, for the win-win.
Okay, I'm up. 5 more minutes.
Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather? Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture.
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
This is Ava. These are Ava's shoulders. They square off and bear it all. But now Ava's shoulders are stronger than ever. This is what Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield does for Ava. And with plans that fit your life and budget, you can count on us when it matters most. This is Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. This is the benefit of blue.
This is Kate.
Hey.
She takes 2 prescriptions. Kate's son Jack takes 1 too. Kate works hard and thought she had good insurance. But she still pays too much. That's no good. So Kate downloaded the GoodRx app. Now she can compare prescription prices to find the best discounts. She even beats her insurance price. Good for you, Kate. Good for you. GoodRx. Stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today.
Have you heard of nuts.com? It's the best kept secret of savvy snackers all over the country. Incredible nuts, dried fruits, organic snacks, and gluten-free treats. There's something for everyone to love, including fast delivery.
Best pistachios ever.
Love the dried peaches. Can't stop eating them.
White chocolate toffee cashews are awesome.
The holy grail of honey sesame sticks. So tasty.
The quality has made me a customer for life.
I'm nuts about you guys. With so much to love, check out nuts.com.
Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Thank you for staying with us tonight as we track Hurricane Sally, Category 1 hurricane just sitting off the northern Gulf Coast tonight and taking aim likely at somewhere between, say, Mobile, Alabama and Pensacola, Florida. It's going to deal a pretty hefty blow to us, and one of the reasons is because it's so slow. It's not a really strong hurricane, but typically they move pretty fast, or they move in and they move out, right? This one's going at a snail's pace, nearly stationary, moving at just 2 miles per hour right now. We do anticipate a little bit quicker forward speed here, but still, we're going to be in this all night long and most of the day tomorrow as well. You take a look where this thing is headed. This is the Hurricane Center's forecast track, and if you just go right down the center of that, that'll put it around Mobile or between Mobile and Pensacola for the center at least, with the effects going well beyond the cone. We know that, and a lot of storm surge could happen, especially on the east side of this system. We're not anticipating much in the way of increased intensity, so we don't think the winds are going to go up at this point. They may maintain, or they may even come down just a little bit before landfall, but the scope of the hurricane warnings has narrowed quite a bit as we're getting closer to landfall now, with hurricane winds that could go as far west as Gulfport and as far east as Pensacola, or maybe over toward, maybe in Navarre or Walton Beach. Storm surge warnings in effect still include because of a north wind surge effects in Louisiana, but then through Mississippi as the concave coastline catches all that water, and in particular some of the highest surge likely to happen in Alabama and in the panhandle of Florida, where we could see 4 to 7 feet there. North side surge flooding here in Louisiana, south side surge flooding here in Alabama and in Florida, but that could go all the way over towards Cedar Key in the Big Bend of Florida. That's just nuts to think about that. As far as the storm goes, as far as the satellite presentation, not a lot has changed today. We've actually never seen an eye with this hurricane, but you could certainly pick out where the center is on the radar. And right now in coastal Alabama and coastal Florida, we're basically in the northern eye wall of this, or just the outskirts of the northern eye wall. The hurricane force winds extend out about 40 miles from the center, and the coastline is about 55 miles away, so we're not that far away. Gusts are nearly 60 in Mobile, 20 in Pensacola, 22 in Panama City. Numerous flash flood warnings for us right now. Bay County is under a flash flood warning. That's Panama City. Freeport, we're under a flash flood warning. That's Walton County. Destin and Crestview and I-10 under a flash flood warnings. That's Okaloosa, Santa Rosa counties. And then around Pensacola, including Escambia and Baldwin counties, we're under a flash flood warning. The amount of rain that we have picked up is incredible. Off the coast here, with the radar estimate, just in the heart of this thing, about 23 inches has already fallen. Near Panama City, about 13 inches of rain has already come down in the last 12 hours. And between Gulf Shores and Pensacola, about 10 inches of rain in the last 12 hours. We could easily double that. And look, the rain still to come. Still to come. Another 12 to 18 inches. Pensacola's in the heart of that. Not to mention how much rain goes inland. 5 to 8 goes all the way up into Georgia, so inland flooding will also be a concern here, Mark. Not only flash flooding, but then it's all going to drain, so creeks and streams and rivers will also come out of their banks as well.
Gosh, a lot of attention being placed on Sally, and for good reason, but it is an extremely active period in what has already been an active year. You look behind me here, and my goodness, we've got circles on the map everywhere, and even a couple of swirls that don't have the circles, including that little swirl that's near Spain, mostly subtropical, but can't rule out at least some development there. So gosh, a lot to follow across the tropics. Let's start out by looking at Tropical Storm Teddy. This was what we thought, many of you thought was going to, what many of you thought was going to be Sally, right? But the one near Florida developed first, and so now Teddy is taking a long drag across the tropical Atlantic, starting to have a little bit of a northerly turn, still a tropical storm, but look at the modeling here. Widespread agreement that this will get not only to hurricane force winds, but many of the models go to major hurricane, would only be the second one of the year. But it's on the way, okay? So I think the most damaging part of this is that you look at this path and it is aiming squarely at Bermuda again. Let's hope there's a turn away, but wouldn't that be a 2020 thing to have another well-formed hurricane come right at that very small dot in a very big ocean. Then we've got Tropical Storm Vicky. Not really going to have much legs left for Vicky. This one is dissolving there in the Atlantic and going away quickly. But I do want you to carefully monitor the couple of features that are coming off the coast of Africa. 70% chance of development for this over the next 5 days. Almost a due west motion. And it should stay reasonably weak as you watch that swirl go, which means that it could get underneath the ridge and get all the way to, say, the islands of the Caribbean, something that we're watching. Of course, we want you to stick around here as our coverage continues here on Weather Underground. Live coverage, including from the field, from Sally.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
3 weeks and still no sign of our elusive subject. So yes, carnivorous devourers. He only comes out for devour. Look how he rips in that buffalo chicken mac and cheese.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
Can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? We're here to help your small business any way we can. Every ink for small business, all in one place.
The UPS store.
America's biopharmaceutical companies have one very important thing in common.
A common enemy.
We're making great progress because we're collaborating in ways that we've never done before.
In a matter of weeks, we've progressed from potential treatments
to antibodies and antivirals that have shown positive results.
To several promising vaccine candidates.
Because science?
Science is how we get back to normal.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, I forgot something.
Thank you. Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
Here? Nah. Here. No. Here.
When the middle of nowhere is somewhere. The all-new Chevy Trailblazer.
Next on Weather Underground, Hurricane Sally. Still a dangerous, slow-moving hurricane threatening the Gulf Coast with storm surge and potentially historic rainfall. We have live coverage for you in the areas in the path of the storm. We're breaking down the timing for prolonged impacts, and not just at the coast, but also across Alabama, Florida, and Georgia, also into the Carolinas. So a lot to get into here in the coming hours. Hurricane Sally gets closer and closer to the coast here. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Mark Elliott, and my goodness, it has been a slow go to get to this point, hasn't it? Forward motion of 2 to 3 miles per hour, but it's brought those impacts all the way in. So we want to get right into meteorologist Paul Goodlow. He is live in Gulf Shores, Alabama, where those rain bands have been steadily marching in. Paul, a difficult night for sure.
Yeah, for sure, Mark, because it's not just a couple hours. It's going to be all night long. And as Sally approaches the coastline, we're going to see more of those intense rain bands rotate on in here with the heavier rain, with the stronger winds, which have been pounding this area for hours and hours. And even though it's just a Category 1 in terms of on the scale, which goes up to 5, we're still going to have some significant impacts here because of the long duration it's going to take to come on shore and then move past this area here. And definitely as the wind shifts here at the coast, we're going to have a bigger push of the waves of the ocean. Take a look at video we shot earlier today when the sun was up of the waves crashing at the end of the pier, which also just opened a couple of days ago here. We're talking huge waves. The end of that pier, the bottom of the top of the pier versus the top of the water should be easily 20 feet. So waves were even bigger than that, crashing at the end of that pier there. So easily 15 to 20 plus foot waves have been rolling on shore all day long here in Gulf Shores. In fact, at the end of the boardwalk I'm standing on, one end goes down to stairs to the beach, the other end goes on a ramp that goes down, and about at least 30 feet now of that ramp has been a victim of Hurricane Sally. That's gone. You can see the video we shot earlier as well of that's just gone. More damage to this pier here, but that's made of, or the boardwalk I should say, the boardwalk's made of wood pilings driven the sand, but the boardwalk, I mean the pier over here is made of concrete, and they have the flooring, which is removable. I don't think they did remove it, but we're going to see how that pier holds up to maybe 24 to 36 hours of huge waves and the wind kind of crashing against it, because that's the deal with Hurricane Sally. It might be just a Cat 1 thinking, oh, we've been through worse storms here. but we're talking about the duration of this is going to give you a lot of impacts, a lot of weather for maybe a day to a day and a half. So it's a marathon of the landfall of Hurricane Sally. Mike?
All right, Paul, I'll take it from here. We're in Pensacola, and I know you've been getting a beating there in Gulf Shores, Alabama. That's not too far away, okay? You're a little bit closer to the core of the strongest winds. Again, the eye, even the eye wall is just, 15, 20 miles off the coast, okay? It's not very far, and it hasn't made a lot of forward progress. It's moving at between 1 to 2 miles per hour. You can walk faster than that, okay? So we've got to deal with situation like this through the overnight into the morning and even into the afternoon hours tomorrow. It's not necessarily the intensity that's really going to be the big factor here with Sally. It's going to be the duration and the rainfall totals, guys. The winds will be a problem, and people will lose power. We know that, and down trees, and there will be some structural damage. But it is going to be a water storm, meaning we have already had some significant surge in some locations, especially docks. They have just been taking a beating. And the rainfall totals here, even in northwest Florida, extreme southern Alabama, they've been extreme. We've already are approaching a foot of rainfall, guys, just to our south near Gulf Breeze and at Pensacola Beach. And we've seen similar totals in Pensacola Beach and also over towards Gulf Shores, Alabama. Okay, so a foot. And we're just beginning to get into the worst of the rain. And because it's such a slow-moving storm, you have rainfall rates like we're seeing right now. I'm going to step out just a little bit in this direction just to give you a full glimpse of what it's like here in Pensacola, okay? It's persistent at tropical storm force gusts at probably 35 to 40 miles per hour gusting, over 50. The highest gust we have had here in Pensacola Beach, Florida has been about 62 miles per hour. That was at the naval station and a 61 mile per hour gust, but those are over the bridge right on the ocean side. Here in Pensacola, they're a little bit less because you got a little bit of that friction slowing down the wind. So again, winds are strong, but this is not going to be known for its winds. It's going to be known for its duration. We're talking the rainfall. When you get 1 to 2 inch per rainfall rates hour after hour after hour after hour, we've already seen nearly a foot of rain to our south here in downtown Pensacola. Totals are now anywhere from 6 to even 7 inches of rain. All right, that's already this early in the game. So we've got some significant issues here when it comes to flash flooding, and that's what's going to be the most notable, life-threatening concern going forward. Just torrential downpours, even from just driving around the downtown core. We're in downtown Pensacola, not far from where the local baseball team plays, by the way. We're right on the water, and I don't know if you can even see the water, but it is angry. We've seen a lot of docks, even just from Destin earlier today all the way here to Pensacola, that have been completely submerged, and they have just been getting ripped all afternoon and now all evening and all night long with the waves crashing over. We've already had reports of docks being torn apart and piers being ripped up. So that's essentially the extent of the worst of the situation so far. A lot of low-lying areas right at the bay and also near the coast have seen a lot of overwash, and the beaches have been taking a huge beating. But it's the rainfall that gets me most concerned going forward, because when you have rain just like this, I mean, guys, it's relentless. It's non-stop. And we're just now getting into the evening hours. It's about dinner time here locally, and it stings. It's got salt water mixed in with it. And it comes down so hard and heavy, it's really hard to see at all. So hopefully no one's out on the roads. Bridges have been totally shut down. The Pensacola 3-mile bridge, which is the one usually you'd be able to see it. You can't see it now with visibility being as low as it is. But that one was shut down earlier today because of sustained winds over 39 miles per hour, and also construction bars had kind of banged in to some of the pilings. It's under construction, so there's a lot of these barges kind of locked in place, and they've been stationary. But the waves and the choppy waters that Sally is bringing has been causing some structural issues. So they shut it down for the duration. The bypass route Garcon Point Bridge, that one also just now shut down as of the last hour or two. All right, so between Pensacola Beach, Pensacola, you really have no way in or out except going all the way down to the east, and it starts getting, much more dangerous, especially given how close Highway 98 can get overwashed. We've seen that with so many storms. We're likely going to see it with this one, and that's the problem we're going to see. So look at this, guys. It is Tuesday evening. We have not even had a landfall. We're still about, 6 to even 10 hours away, potentially, or longer, from an official landfall. That's the landfall. You still have to go another 5, 6, 7 hours after that before it finally starts getting more momentum and getting out of here. But we're still looking at another 12 to nearly 24, even 30 hours of heavy rainfall, gusty winds over tropical storm force, and we're already going into that time clock with a half foot to a foot of rain. Because that's how much rain we've already picked up today in so many locations here in northwestern Florida and also coastal Alabama. So Gulf Shores, Mobile, Pensacola, Mike, and even areas farther east, this is finally going to get moving to the northeast, and it's going to bring all that rain with it into southern Alabama, getting into places like Albany, Georgia, Columbus, Georgia, Montgomery, even Atlanta. So we got the heavy rainfall. I mean, looking at the totals, double digit already, Mike. It's less of a wind event, even though the winds will be an issue. It is really going to be that rainfall, and that has been just non-stop because of the slow motion of this storm.
Well, Chris, and I love that you're there. I love this picture because I think it should be eye-opening to a lot of people when it comes to the rain, because you are absolutely getting hammered with the rain. But one of the other dangers, and I want you to tell me what your thoughts are on this, one of the other dangers of some of these outer bands that come through is that risk for severe weather, especially in these kind of bands where you could get tornadoes. So it just goes hand in hand with the flooding risk, with the surge risk, with the general winds from the hurricane.
Yeah, that's a good point, Mike, and that's something I totally forgot to even talk about, the tornado risk. And remember, we're under that tornado watch. That has been extended to the overnight into the early morning hours, so we will likely see, as we often do with tropical systems, that risk for tornadoes, and they're going to be quick-moving. They'll be very isolated, but they can pack a real damage potential and really cause, shingles to fly around and tear apart mobile homes and weak structures. So that's really going to be one of those things. And remember, too, with the heavy rainfall, they're going to be totally rain-wrapped. It's going to be in the overnight hours. You're not going to get barely any sort of warning, but just know that going ahead, especially if you're in town, you're residing, know, your line, where trees are, where they can fall in the house, and it's just dangerous if you're able to even get some sleep tonight.
Chris, the rainfall rates right now in some of these storms that you're in, this northern part of the storm, the eastern part of the storm, 2 to 3 inches per hour. These numbers are so intense, and then you think about the duration that this could last for. Rainfall rates like this could last for another 5 to 10 hours.
Mike, I believe it. I mean, I'm going to step out just a little bit. I start to lose the wind situation, but you can kind of get an idea of just the wind-driven rain, and then the real force of the water power here, the heavy rainfall. I mean, visibility, we've got a little waterway over here. Y'all won't be able to see it, but I can. And it's about, I would say about the equivalent of 3 blocks. And it's hard to even see the lights at that distance. It's because of how heavy the rainfall. Typically, if this were a daytime on a clear day, you would see all the way to Pensacola Beach, which is about 5-6 miles over the bay. You would be able to see that on a clear evening, but certainly not tonight. And just driving around in situations like this, Mike, I mean, gnarly. And roads have already taken on water just from the heavy rainfall alone, let alone the areas near low-lying spots, bodies of water that have taken on the surge, which has been another whole impact here in northwest Florida.
We could have a right front quadrant there from Gulf Shores to Pensacola Beach there, Chris, but you mentioned there you're on the bay, all right, so you're away from the Gulf of Mexico by a couple of miles. You can still get some surge even on the bay. I think during Hurricane Ivan, we even had portions of I-10 taken out because of surge on the bay, so this is a pretty vulnerable coastline.
Very much so. I mean, there were several locations we wanted to be live from because we wanted to show you that aspect, but it was too dangerous in the fact that the surge, if it continues to rise, then we get trapped. So we picked this spot. It's elevated. There's actually a seawall just over here, and then it drops about 3 or 4 feet. But the waves, they're not quite reaching that high just yet, but it just gives you an idea. We don't think it's going to get that high, but it shows you at least we have that idea. Know that if you don't have a seawall or a higher, blockage, concrete barrier to protect you, you're likely taking water. I mean, driving really, like, from Destin this morning all the way to Pensacola was this morning before the worst of it really started to come in. All of the water on the north side driving that 40-mile stretch, all of the docks, when you would go over the bridges, they were all submerged. So it tells me a lot of people are going to have lost docks. Hopefully they move their boats to safer spots, but I've seen a lot of it, and it hasn't gone down really any time since.
Chris, here we are now. Landfall expected, maybe early tomorrow morning. For folks that are there right now, your advice for them with all these different factors that we have to follow, what your advice for folks that are living in harm's way this evening?
I would say really be mindful. You may not have ever flooded before, but this storm may change that just because of the rainfall rates we're already getting. We've already seen nearly a foot of rain in so many occasions. So if you have flooded and you know you are in a vulnerable spot and you did not leave, you may want to think about going to a neighbor because it's kind of late to be heading out on the roads or anything like that. And I will say it's been very quiet. But note that the flooding is going to get you, and that's what's going to be so problem. And the water can rise. We saw it in past storms. It happens quickly, especially when you get just persistent hour after hour of 2 to even 3 inch per hour rainfall rates on in. Especially at night, you get a bed, wake up 3 hours later, kind of check on everything, and you start to look at the water's, getting close to your doorway, and it starts to become a real issue there. So, I don't think we're going to get a lot of extreme hurricane force winds here in Pensacola, but I do think we're going to get just persistent rain. And we're still getting that easterly to even southeasterly fetch off of the water, and that's still pushing that water. So when we go into high tide tomorrow morning, we're still looking at storm surge issues, and even into tomorrow evening. So we've got that whole aspect. That water then can't drain like it needs to, and it just really has nowhere to go. So we're going to see a lot of rising waters, and we've already got those flash flood warnings and mounting here in northwest Florida.
Chris Bruin is our paid wet dog tonight. He's taking one on the chin for us. Chris, incredible stuff there. I think maybe an eye-opening view of what's happening with Hurricane Sally. Keep in mind that Chris is, I'd say, roughly 80 miles from the center of this hurricane. I do want to update you on what's happening. We've got the new advisory in from the Hurricane Center. They came in at the top of the hour. No changes in wind speed here. Pressure dropped. Northerly movement 2, that didn't change either. It's about 75 miles now south of Mobile, Alabama, but only about 45 miles to the south of, say, Gulf Shores, Alabama. So that could be a place that gets hit first. If you're going to take this right up the center cone here, it's come maybe up through Mobile Bay, but I think it's going to hit some of those barrier islands first and hit us pretty hard. Hurricane warnings Gulfport to just past Pensacola for us tonight, with tropical storm warnings going farther north. Storm surge is going to be an issue, as Chris was alluding to. Lately, we've had more of an east wind, but as the system comes in, you'll end up getting a south wind. You'll push a lot of the Gulf of Mexico into coastal Alabama and coastal Florida. Could see as much as 4 to 7 feet of water rise and wave action on top of that. More with our crews in the field with Paul Goodlow and Chris Bruin when we come back.
Did you know that your clothes can actually attract pet hair? With new Bounce Pet Hair and Lint Guard, your clothes can repel pet hair. Look how the shirt on the left attracts pet hair like a magnet. Pet hair is no match for Bounce. With Bounce, you can love your pets and lint roll less.
The Lexus ES. Every curve, every innovation, every feeling. A product of mastery.
Lease the 2020 ES 350 for $359 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
These fudge brownie M&Ms are really fudgy.
Yes, they are.
To put a fudge brownie center in an M&M's is...
Genius. I know.
I was going to say hard. Why won't you... Ah! Why won't you go in?
New fudge brownie M&Ms.
Introducing New Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with New Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
The shift has begun. The ante's been upped. To lead the charge, good had to be amazing. And amazing had to become the expectation. The power has shifted.
Now with Ram Power Days bonus cash, get $7,300 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
And secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I
bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing?
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
Age-related macular degeneration may lead to severe vision loss.
So the National Eye Institute did 20 years of clinical studies on a formula only found in Preservision.
If it were my vision, I'd ask my doctor about Preservision.
It's the most studied eye vitamin brand.
If it were my vision, I'd look into Preservision.
Only Preservision A-Reds 2 contains the exact nutrient formula recommended by the NEI to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression.
I have AMD. It is my vision, so my plan includes Preservision.
In these challenging days, it's important to stay covered when you're outdoors, and not just from the sun. Keep cool and stay covered with Mission Instant Cooling Gear, helping you stay safe when you're outside so you can do more. Mission's Cooling Neck Gaiter is a multifunctional face and neck cover, and you can customize your coverage with multi-layering options. They slip on easily and stay put comfortably. Lightweight UPF 50 fabric can be water activated to keep you cool for hours. And best of all, they are machine washable, chemical-free cooling you can use over and over again. And for the ultimate coverage when you're in the sun, try Mission Cooling Hats. Engineered with same cooling technology.
It's instantly cooling when you're headed. I love it.
You can get your own Mission Cooling Gaiter or cooling hat in your choice of style and color. Now available in youth sizes, starting as low as $14.99. Order right now and enter the TV exclusive promo code below to receive free shipping on your entire order. Available at mission.com.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel. Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
From this point forward, conditions will continue to deteriorate.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
Taking a live look right now at Destin. Destin got the shortest of short breaks from the intense rain. Well, as you can see here on this live picture, that rain has filled back in. The big drops collecting on the side of the camera and then blowing across. And gosh, it feels really tropical out there. Looks like snow, but that is just conglomerates of big raindrops moving in. Now, I want to go to Pensacola, Florida, just down the road off to the west, where our own Chris Bruin is tonight. And Chris, there are several storms just off the coast that are now showing signs of rotation. The rainfall rates coming up. All that to say is that weather's going from bad to worse where you are.
Yeah, and you mentioned tropical rains. I mean, this is the epitome of tropical storms and hurricanes. I mean, this is what they are known for. The problem is the rainfall rates. Typically, if you get a fast-moving storm system, guys, you can really limit your overall rainfall. Even then, it's still impressive. But when you slow a storm down like what we have right now, when you slow a storm down like what we have right now with Sally, you run into big problems, and that's what we're seeing. We've already gotten over a foot of rain in places like Gulf Breeze and Gulf Shores. Gulf Breeze is just outside of Pensacola Beach and also near Pensacola Beach. Here in Pensacola, I would say totals are now quickly adding up to about 8, 9 inches, and we're getting close to double-digit totals already, and we're only about 18 hours into the worst of Sally. We still got 15 to nearly 30 hours more to go. Okay, and it's going to be the majority of it is going to be like what you see right here, just because we're going to be on that right front quadrant. We're going to be on that right side. And Paul, you know, winds have been manageable. I'm looking around and I see a lot of power. In fact, the city light just came on right here on this little dock that we're on. So winds have been manageable. Certainly nothing that's taken me off my feet, but the rain, I would say, has been unmanageable. I mean, literally, it just gets in every little nook and cranny. And, you know, some people, unfortunately, when you have rainfall rates like this, Paul, that water finds a way into the building. And somehow, I've even seen it come in through lights and air vents.
Yeah, that's what we have to deal with out here, Chris. When it's not just, you know, a gentle rain falling, got the umbrella, and it's wind blowing sideways. So even waterproof clothing, you know, the wind drives that rain in there, and it's rough. Even well-built structures, even homes will probably have the wind forcing that water inside the homes, and it was just a couple of hours you could probably get by, but this is going to be maybe another 24 hours of wind-driven rain as Sally makes that slow approach. We keep watching and waiting for this thing to speed up, but it's still a slow, relentless jog on towards the coast, and we're still getting those rain bands where Chris Bruin is rotating counterclockwise right down the Alabama coast. And looking at the latest model, we're going to see the center and that eye structure, whatever left of it, hopefully as it weakens rapidly, make landfall sometime between now and tomorrow afternoon, perhaps sometime in the late morning hours here, which means we're going to still see even stronger winds, heavier rain coming on through, and then also a storm surge as that center approaches. So we cannot wait to see the backside of this thing and see Sally in a rearview mirror, but we're going to have yet another landfall on September 16th here in Gulf Shores. Back in 2004, that's when Hurricane Ivan, as a Category 3 hurricane, made landfall here with a 12-foot storm surge. Right now, the storm surge warning is for a 4 to 7 foot storm surge, and hopefully that's worst case in a few isolated areas, but that's our concern, is we're going to have definitely some more breaching of the dunes here and more beach erosion with this, already seeing the water far higher than it normally is on a normal given day here in Gulf Shores. But it's not just here at the coast, it's all this rain. 10 plus inches has already fallen here in Gulf Shores, and we have still the center to make landfall, and the backside of this hurricane to still bring those rain bands on through here and inundate not only here but areas inland with heavy rain. If you're even up towards I-10 and maybe even 50 miles north of I-10, you're probably dealing with this rain right now and for several hours, and you'll still see that rain come through. So this is going to be a kind of a push of heavy rain, a swath kind of pushing northward into central Alabama, then kind of pivoting eastward into areas of Georgia before everything is all said and done. At the same time, we're still getting that rain here in Alabama, still getting it over towards Dauphin Island, and even in parts of Mississippi, we'll see the heavy rain and then inland flood concern as well. As Chris was mentioning earlier, the wind also coming on through. The farther out I go, the stronger the winds are closer to the Gulf. I don't want to go too far because as night has fallen, we know the end of this boardwalk here succumbed to the winds and the wave action earlier. Lost easily 30 feet of this boardwalk out there, and that is still kind of shaky right now. So we're curious to see tomorrow morning when the sun comes up around 6 a.m. any more damage to this boardwalk. But at that point, we could be dealing with the imminent landfall of Sally here, and probably a bigger push of the Gulf, and maybe even some storm surge as well. So we got you covered all across the Gulf Coast, all through the night, all through tomorrow, the landfall of Hurricane Sally here on the Weather Channel.
Find your inner flex. With Double Flex Ballroom Denim. Only at Duluth Trading.
Everyone is at risk for enamel loss. When you drink or eat something that's acidic, it sucks the minerals out of the tooth surface. Pronamel is formulated to help deliver minerals to the tooth surface to help reharden and strengthen your enamel.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know.
But that Parker promo saved me so much in my insurance. I brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man, man.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this kind bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
At Cracker Barrel, there's comfort in every bite. With new favorites like our fresh-baked chicken pot pie, filled with chicken and vegetables. Come on home to Cracker Barrel. Dine in, curbside, or delivery.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
Still your best friend, and now your co-pilot. Still a father, but now a friend. Still an electric car, just more electrifying. Still a night out, but everything fits in. Still hard work, just a little easier. Still a legend, just more legendary. Chevrolet, making life's journey just better.
Freezing cold. Blazing heat. Rain-X premium silicone wiper blades are engineered to withstand the most extreme conditions. They last 2 times longer than traditional wipers. If Rain-X premium silicone wipers survive these conditions, clearly they'll last in yours. Rain-X, outsmart the elements. Find Rain-X silicone wipers at these retailers.
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road to life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
America's biopharmaceutical companies have one very important thing in common.
A common enemy.
We're making great progress because we're collaborating in ways that we've never done before.
In a matter of weeks, we've progressed from potential treatments
to antibodies and antivirals that have shown positive results.
To several promising vaccine candidates.
Because science?
Science is how we get back to normal.
Breakfast wants you back. Try Just Crack an Egg, packed with real potatoes, veggies, meat, and cheese. Just add a fresh egg for a hot scramble in less than 2 minutes to get those warm, fuzzy feelings again. Take breakfast back. Find it in the egg aisle.
Hey, welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing live coverage here from Pensacola, Florida. We're right downtown Pensacola. We are just getting creamed by the beginnings. Guys, we're only in the beginnings of Hurricane Sally. Now, I know Sally is weekended. We are thankful that, we're not dealing with the 100-mile-per-hour storm that we were dealing with this time last night. However, we're not in any better situation when it comes to the rain. In fact, in some cases, we may have more than 20 inches, I think, in spots. I highly think that is a very possible outcome here because of the rainfall rate and the slow-moving nature of these storms. I mean, it just gets in everywhere. It has been relentless, especially in the last 3 hours. You look at some of these more intense bands and just how slowly they're moving first, but also the way that a tropical system re-energizes and continues to feed in that moisture from all levels of the atmosphere. So you don't get your typical thunderstorm and then it stabilizes the atmosphere and it cools down. You don't have that type of situation. So it just reinvigorates and it's pulling the moisture right off the ocean. All right, and this is, the eye has been kind of parked all day. Hasn't really moved a whole lot, so it looks similar to where it was this time last night if you're checking in, periodically. And so we haven't seen a lot of movement, and that's the hugest danger here with Hurricane Sally. It is absolutely by far going to be the rainfall rates and the flash flood potential, which will be life-threatening. Storm surge levels have come down. However, that is another big issue, and that is something that we have seen here big time, even around Pensacola, and not just at the beaches. I know the beaches have been taking a huge beating, but even on the bay side, when you get that huge push of water, you're getting big time rises, and we're seeing that filling up the bays, filling up the inlets, and I've noticed a huge swath of coastline here. Really, anybody who lives right on the water, who has a dock, unless you had a floating ability with your dock likely went underwater. It is impaired in some way, especially with the lashing of the waves and the constant beating nature of the rain. Because you think, I was out driving earlier today, and I noticed a lot of the docks were already buried underwater because of the surge that had come in on the bay. That was in Destin, where they haven't been having nearly the type of weather that we have seen here in Pensacola. So that whole stretch of northwest Florida, same can be said there at Gulf Shores and Orange Beach, Alabama, since this afternoon has been submerged and taking a beating. And we got to go through this overnight tonight. We got to go through it into the morning, and really the majority of the day tomorrow. I think by tomorrow night, we finally start to see things calm down. So will we see hurricane force winds? I think here in Pensacola, we could gust over 70 miles per hour. I think right now, the majority of the city is still in fairly good shape, Mike, with power. And we haven't seen a lot of even limbs down. That's changing now since we lost sunlight, and I think the winds have gotten a bit stronger since the last 2 hours. So we will see, tree limbs down. We'll have power outages, but it's going to be that flash flood potential. When you look at the totals already, Mike, I mean, over a foot in some areas between Gulf Shores and right at the beaches between Gulf Breeze and also Pensacola Beach. So we're seeing that, and we're getting close to double-digit totals even here in Pensacola, and same can be said even for Mobile and other places just inland.
Chris, I'm glad you mentioned the power outages, because literally just in the last, say, half an hour, power outages are now starting to go up, especially right there where you are in the Pensacola area. Chris, thanks so much. I want to keep people updated on what's happening, because, throughout the day, you've been watching the wind start to pick up gradually, but now it's really starting to blow for us there in the Panhandle through Alabama as well. Again, about 22,000 without power in Florida. Most of those are right here in the Pensacola area tonight. Escambia County has the most currently. In Alabama, same thing. In the last hour and a half or so, the power outages are now starting to go up, and it's right around Mobile tonight. Mobile County has 17,000 customers currently without power. Makes sense, because now we're starting to feel the northern intensity of this. The northern Iowa is getting close to us at this point, so the winds are really going to start to pick up. We've got an 80-mile-per-hour hurricane moving very slowly at just 2 miles per hour and sits 75 miles south of Mobile, about 45 miles south of, say, Gulf Shores, Alabama. So we anticipate a landfall that comes in tomorrow morning. We've got a track that goes all the way through the southeast, hurricane warnings that are in effect for us right now. And there's the surge. Some of the worst surge from this point going forward likely to be Mobile over towards, say, Destin, a very vulnerable coastline here. Again, this is where all the action is right now, mostly on the north side that Chris and Paul are showing us this evening. Mobile, we've got gusts of 53. And I'm sure we'll see gusts well in excess of 70 miles an hour tonight. Not to mention all that rain. Another foot to foot and a half to go. Localized areas could see more than that. We've already had numerous areas reporting double-digit rainfall totals, and it only gets worse from here. More on Hurricane Sally with our crews in Alabama and in Florida tonight. We're back. Stay safe.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and sausage is a great deal like life. You get out of it about what you put into it. You put in quality, and you're going to get out quality, and that's what we do with Jimmy Dean. You have a wonderful day, all right?
Is that net carbs or total? Nah, not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit, Sun-Made.
Here, opinions are something you form after watching the news, not something you hear from us during the news. It's not how it used to be, it's how it should be. Now, it's the way it is. News, not talk. Facts, not opinions. In prime time, 7 nights a week. News Nation, every night at 8, 7 Central on WGN America. Your news, your nation.
Can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? We're here to help your small business any way we can. Every ink for small business, all in one place.
The UPS store. At Olive Garden, it's easier than ever to enjoy what you love from us in the comfort of your own home. Order and pay online. Choose from all your favorites. Then bring it all home with Carside Pickup. Only at Olive Garden.
Incomparable design makes it beautiful. State-of-the-art technology makes it brilliant. The visionary Lexus NX.
Lease the 2020 NX 300 for $339 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What? Oh my.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
Age is just a number. And mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus only 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. And now enjoy Boost High Protein in new Cafe Mocha flavor.
Get your daily dose of everything weather on Quibi. From the viral
down to the weather video that we cannot stop watching,
to the vital
Get ready because we are in for another wet week.
and all the wonderful weather in between.
Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
All right, welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing live coverage here of Hurricane Sally. Still hours away, believe it or not, from landfall because of the slow-moving nature of Sally as it approaches northwest Florida and southern Alabama. So Mobile, Dolphin Island, Gulf Shores, right on into Pensacola Beach, even a little bit farther east. We gotta worry about cities like Navarre Beach and areas around Destin because this is eventually going to be moving back to the northeast once it starts to pick up speed, and that's when you're going to get in on some of those heavier winds and certainly the heavier rains and that continued push of water. Some of the people have said the water has never been this high in some areas because of just how long lasting. So this is less about the intensity of the storm and more about the duration. That's what we're going to remember Sally by, just because of its beating impact. You know, we can handle stuff like this for a few hours, yes. And winds, they've been manageable. Power outages are starting to mount, but we haven't seen a lot of structural damage, and I don't think we're going to get a lot of that. Certainly nothing like what we had with Laura because the wind speeds are so much lighter. What we will have are the rainfall rates. That is something we did not have with Laura, and really the first so far for this year. This is going to be our heaviest rainfall producing tropical system up through this point, and it's something that you can't take lightly. Flash flooding is huge. It's one of the biggest and most dangerous leading causes of death when it comes to tropical systems alone. And then you factor in the surge aspect, and while the surge totals have come down a little bit because of the weakening storm overall, we are still seeing surge flooding, and we will continue to see surge flooding. I can tell you the majority of Bayfront coastline here, especially on the north side of Pensacola Bay, is experiencing flooding on the order of a couple of feet, if not higher, especially as we see those tides rise and fall. Next high tide will be tomorrow morning. That's going to be another crucial one, especially with we could be in a much stronger core of the storm, so we could have higher wind speeds and a continued push of water in from the Gulf of Mexico. That then pushes the water not just to the beaches, but it comes in through the inlets, it fills in the bays, it goes into the inlets, the rivers, and it goes up pretty far. So places like Mobile Bay, we had some serious flooding with Cristobal, and Cristobal is a lot weaker and a lot farther away. We could have much worse conditions this time, and we know even parts of I-10 get shut down along with Highway 90 and 98. Those are all going to be vulnerable highways, and a lot of bridges right now at the moment are closed, including the Pensacola 3 Mile Bay Bridge. That's the one that connects downtown Pensacola to the Pensacola Beach, and your alternative was Garcon Point, but now that conditions have worsened that bridge has also closed. So a lot of in and out access has been shut down until winds subside, just because those bridges, you got to remember, they go up a bit into, they sit about 50 plus feet above the water, okay? So when you get that high, you accelerate those winds even harder, and it makes it very difficult to drive. You throw in visibility, and you're just asking for a disaster waiting to happen. So that's something that we're continuing to watch for very closely here. So again, that's the latest in Pensacola. We go about 30 miles off to my west, and right on the beach, we're going to compare situations. It's really been the heavy rainfall. We've had winds, Paul, but what do you see? You're a little bit closer to the core of strongest winds. How high would you say the winds have gotten there in Gulf Shores?
Earlier, Chris, they were easily gusting 60 to 70 miles per hour here, with at times during some of the heavier rain bands. Some of the sustained winds were easily 30 to 40 miles per hour coming on through here. I want to take you back to the magic of video earlier. In fact, right around high tide, just before noon today, we were kind of out here surveying what was going on. We were seeing these huge waves rolling on. In fact, they were already doing some damage. At the end of this boardwalk I'm standing on, it goes down to the beach. But the beach, by the way, since yesterday, has been covered with more water. The wave action from Sally, the wave action and the water rise seems have already eaten away at least 30 feet of the end of this boardwalk down here, which should lead to the sand. That's gone now. Also, there's a pier off behind me to the left. You can't see it now with the sun down. But waves are crashing at the end of that pier, and normally there should be easily a 20-foot clearance between the bottom, I guess the top of the ocean, top of the Gulf, and the bottom of that pier. And we're seeing waves crashing at the end of that pier, which is at least maybe a quarter to a third of a mile long there. So all the waves are hitting the pier, then coming on shore, and also eating away at this boardwalk. And here, in terms of power outages, we've had just the last maybe 5 minutes or so, a pretty long kind of power outage. Lasted maybe about 4 or 5 seconds, and the power came back on. But that's going to be the long impact throughout the night, because, as you mentioned, Chris, we're 45 miles from that center, but we have 45 miles, okay, give or take 2 or 3 miles, 45 miles, 40 miles of weather we have to get through as Sally slowly comes on shore. So more of this, more of that rain, more of that wind-driven rain, more even tropical storm to hurricane force wind gusts coming on, and that's going to keep slowly but surely knocking out power as we try to have a good night's sleep this evening before landfall sometime tomorrow morning. So over the next 12 hours to maybe even 18 hours, we do expect landfall pretty close to here in Gulf Shores. Again, from the center, 45 miles. From the edge of that center circulation, maybe just 40, 42 miles. So there's a lot of weather. You see there on the radar, a lot of the reds and the orange and yellows that we have to get through, which is rotating this way. And it's not just here, points west of here on towards Dolphin Island. There also going to be a big surge of the Gulf coming in as well. So we have a long, stormy night to get through as Sally slowly makes its saunter on shore. And it's not from there. We still have this ongoing flood threat here and, well, inland as we head throughout tonight, tomorrow, and definitely into Thursday. We got live team coverage here in the Weather Channel all night long.
What getting fueled with one protein feels like. What getting fueled with 3 energy-packed proteins feels like. Meat, cheese, and nuts. Pay 3, because 3 is better than 1.
Is that net carbs or total? Nah, not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Lucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
Clean is a feeling. It's the simple joy of washing your hands without ever touching a faucet. It's the little things that matter. That's why we create moments to feel Kohler clean every day.
People were afraid I was contagious. I felt gross.
It was kind of a shock after I started Cosentix. 4 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentix. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms. If your inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to, serious allergic reactions may occur. Learn more at Cosentix.com.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. Ooh. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
You've saved me so much on my insurance with that Russell rate. You become my muse.
Russell, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
I feel like I captured your kind eyes.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor? State Farm is there.
We got no free pass. Everything we have, we've owned. The unmistakable Lexus IS.
Get 0% financing on the 2020 IS 300.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
With everything going on, you need to relax and revitalize. What if you could combine soothing pressure, vibrating massage, and heat therapy? Introducing Calming Heat, the revolutionary massaging weighted heating pad. Watch, this regular heating pad blows away, but the weighted pressure and no-slip fabric keep Calming Heat securely in place. The weight also helps evenly distribute the heat. To see the difference, we used a thermal imaging camera. The weighted clay beads in Calming Heat help treat the entire back to sustain heat. And look at this. These massaging vibrations help relax the tension in your muscles. Take your relaxation to the next level with soothing weight, heat, and vibrations all in one with Calming Heat for just $59.99. Order today and find out how you can get a second Calming Heat for 50% off and free shipping. Order now at calmingheat.com. That's calmingheat.com.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Welcome back to Weather Underground. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow here in Gulf Shores, Alabama. The sun is down and the rain continues to come down, driven by the wind. The good news is Hurricane Sally now has started moving towards the north now, and that's good news. So we're starting to see it approach the coast. Once it comes here, hopefully it picks up speed and moves on out of here. We've already picked up 10 inches of rain here in Gulf Shores and the surrounding area. So parts of Baldwin County, Mobile County, flash flood warning, 10 plus inches of rain. And that could be maybe just half of the rain we're getting. Remember, as the storm is moving north now, moving towards land at 2 miles per hour, it could still be another maybe 12 hours or even more before it finally makes landfall and hopefully speeds up and pulls on out of here. But in that time, we're going to have more of this, more of the weather coming on through. So don't be confused that, oh, this is just a Category 1. It's not about Category 1. It's not about categories. It's not about landfall points. It's about the weather that's wrapped around this center and well to the east and even west of the center, that people will be dealing with this weather all night long and into tomorrow. Again, once daybreak comes, you're not going to see the sun shining here in coastal Alabama, even towards the Florida Panhandle. We're going to still be in this tomorrow, but that's after an overnight of rain, which was preceded by this, the rain we're dealing with during the evening and also during today, and even rain last night and early this morning. So it's a long duration rain and wind event here at the coast. We also have the storm surge in Gulf waves kind of crashing on shore. And again, with our wind shifting around as it approaches land, we're going to have that push of the Gulf of Mexico waters a little closer in and probably through some of the dunes we have here in coastal Alabama. So we've been saying this for days now. It's going to be the rain, which will be the biggest threat, bringing the most people in harm's way as this kind of shield of heavy rain, 10 to 20 inches of rain, starts pushing inland as we head tonight and throughout the day into tomorrow. But of course, Mike, we got team coverage of this. We'll be here throughout the duration of Sally. Mike?
Thank you very much, Paul. Great stuff there from Gulf Shores, Alabama. Paul's really been showing us what's going on there. And how about this? He's got a pillow in one hand, the baby in the other hand, trudging through the knee-deep water in Pensacola Beach, Florida. We've had heavy rain here that's caused some flooding. We're going to get some surge that's going to cause some flooding, and we urge all of you to just hunker down this evening and be prepared to just ride this thing out. It's going to be a long slog, as Paul was talking about there. We've got an 80-mile-per-hour Category 1, so it's not an extreme hurricane, but it's the duration more than anything that's going to get us here. North movement here at 2 miles per hour, 75 miles south of Mobile, only about 45 miles south of the Barrier Islands there. Maintaining strength, could potentially even come down just a little bit before landfall, but as of right now, tomorrow morning, still 80 miles per hour. Tomorrow afternoon, about 70 miles per hour. And I want to show you the forecast for when it comes in, what it could be doing for us here. So tomorrow, watch this thing slowly approach now, coming up through Mobile, and you can see that we've got really strong winds on the eastern side of that. That's where we have the strongest storm surge with now a perpendicular push of water that comes in. That's 7 o'clock in the morning. That's about 11 hours from now or so. So it's only moved a very short distance here. And then coming inland, the winds start to back down, but we don't really see the winds really back off until sometime probably later on Thursday, but could be very gusty. Atlanta, Macon, Birmingham, going into Thursday. Wave heights are impressive, 21 footers right now. And all the action has generally been on north and east side. Numerous areas where we have flash flood warnings. You saw the pictures from Chris and Paul, just how bad it's gotten for us here. At Pensacola Naval Air Station, 54-mile-per-hour gusts, 55 at Gulf Breeze here. So those winds are going to start to pick up through the night tonight. Now, how about that rain? My goodness, the impressive total so far. 12 inches is estimated by the radar. That could double before we are done with this thing, maybe even more in some spots, but numerous areas along the coastline under flash flood warnings. In fact, all the coastal counties are under flash flood warnings, not to mention tornado watches as well. And when you look at that footprint of rain that's still to come, Mark, it is scary when you think that locally some spots could pick up as much as 30 inches of rain.
Yeah, gosh, it is a lot of rain that's still to come. And we were obviously spending a lot of time on Sally, but that's just one of the many swirls in a very active tropical year, a very active tropical pattern right now across the Atlantic. So let's talk about a couple of the other their way across the tropical Atlantic waters. We'll start out by looking at a tropical storm, Teddy. Remember a week ago, we were like, okay, this swirl coming off Africa might become Sally. And then we had Sally develop first, coming off of Florida and across into the Gulf. Well, Teddy is still out there, 65-mile-per-hour winds, forecast to get much stronger than that. Very reliable and consistent tropical guidance here that will get into hurricane sooner rather than later, and maybe major hurricane along its path. That's a problem because look at this beeline towards Bermuda. What else would 2020 bring other than two significant hurricanes hitting the tiny island of Bermuda in what is otherwise a giant ocean? We'll have to watch that one carefully. Tropical Storm Vicky is on its last leg, 65-mile-per-hour winds right now, but falling apart. It's going to be a quick demise here over the next couple of days. By Friday, this will be just a remnant low. We're also, again, watching Africa because there's a couple of tropical waves here with good chances for development, 70% chance of development for this swirl that's just exiting the coast, working its way westbound, and you can follow that west through the tropical Atlantic over the next several days. So maybe that'll be the next one to watch for the Caribbean. Of course, our coverage continues right here. Dr. Nab and Alex Wilson, plus live coverage in the field.
Is that net carbs or total? Nah, not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Lucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Because because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
When you set out to redefine what a truck can be, you push the limits. You defy convention. You turn every ask into an answer. Because those who set the standard reserve the right to raise it. The Ram Rebel, Ram Power Wagon, and the all-new Ram 1500 TRX. Why more Ford and Chevy owners are switching to Ram than ever before. The power has shifted.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there. Nope. Watch this. Breathe. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
We believe in good we can all afford.
Sing it.
From coffee that opens more eyes to black business to 100 shades of beautiful.
Thanks for joining us this evening here on the Weather Channel, continuing live coverage of Hurricane Sally all night and all day long. We are going to be with you round the clock, covering all aspects here in the north central Gulf Coast, really from New Orleans, Louisiana. Thankfully, we have been spared from some of the worst, all the way to Tallahassee, Florida, and then we got to go inland as we go into Wednesday evening and then heading into Thursday and Friday, because this will not just be at the coast, it's going to stretch into places like southeastern Alabama, Dothan, up towards Eufaula, Columbus, Auburn, Atlanta, Georgia, getting into Athens and Augusta, eventually Greenville, Charlotte, North Carolina. You're all in play for very heavy rainfall. At times, rainfall rates that could be as heavy as what we're seeing here in Pensacola this evening. Now, this is the lightest the rain has been, believe it or not, since we have started a little over an hour ago. So the last 2 to 3 hours have just been persistent, and we have been in that, band that has just been stuck over parts of Pensacola. At times, the rainfall rates were as high as 2 to nearly 3 inches per hour. So Pensacola picked up 2.7 inches in less than an hour's time, guys. We've already seen over 7-8 inches of rain here in Pensacola officially. That puts us into double-digit territory. We've already had higher totals than that to our south. So let me get you a bearing. Let me get you your bearings as to where I am and where we are here with the Weather Channel. We're in Pensacola proper. So downtown Pensacola, you got the port of Pensacola right over here. And then behind the camera, you won't be able to see it, but about a mile down the way is where you start the base of the 3-mile bridge. That's what locals call it. It's the Pensacola Bay Bridge. It goes from downtown Pensacola, crosses over Pensacola Bay, which the bay is right here, guys. So I just want to quickly step over here and let's see if my photographer Mark Whaley can pan off. I don't know if you can see the waves, but boy, are there white caps. We are protected by a seawall, so we haven't seen the waves get high enough to crash over, which is good. But I will tell you, it is gnarly out there, and it has been that way all day. We have had quite the push of water. So when we talk about storm surge, while we won't have, prolific amounts of storm surge, we are going to have significant coastal flooding. The beaches have taken a toll. We've even had piers that have been ripped out. Numerous docks have been ripped out. And it's not just at the ocean, the beach side, but we're talking bayside too. And that whole stretch from really Destin, even to the west of Panama City, especially in low-lying, vulnerable areas, you're getting that total push of water. We are on the east side of the circulation, and you're building up that whole push of water, and that's going to continue until we see a shift in our winds, and that's not going to happen until the center makes landfall and starts to pull to our north. So we still got to endure this type of event. While we're not going to have extremely high winds, we are going to have that prolific rainfall and that constant push of water, which is going to flood numerous low-lying areas. We went to parks down here where numerous houses are, and the water is starting to continue to creep up. We've seen the docks, the benches, bayside and waterside parks that have completely submerged in water because of the surge. Then you've got the flooding, and we've already had some intense rainfall rates. Not only that, totals from extreme southern Baldwin County getting into Gulf Shores and also there around Orange Beach, Alabama. Totals have been upwards of 10, 11, and 12 inches and counting. That was at last check, which probably is much higher by now with the rainfall rates we've seen. Same can be said here around Pensacola Beach to our south and also around Gulf Breeze. But even here in Pensacola, totals are now mounting closer to 9, 10, and even 11 plus inches. And this is still only the real beginnings of the heart of Sally. And we've got to get through a pretty tough night tonight, dangerous night, and then going into the morning when we expect a landfall somewhere between Gulf Shores and Pensacola, or maybe one of those communities proper. So that's something that we're following and continuing to watch. On top of all of that, we've got the severe weather potential, and I want to bring in our hurricane expert. New information right now, I'm being told, Dr. Knapp. What is the latest here with Hurricane Sally?
Well, Sally has gotten a little bit stronger again. You know, last night at this time, it was 100-mile-an-hour Category 2, weakened a bit during the day today. But now it's getting a little bit more oomph again. Max winds up 5 miles an hour according to Hurricane Hunter, so 85-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds, Category 1. Now, this pressure is down to 972. Last night, around this time, it was 988 millibars. It's dropped 16 millibars, and the wind field has expanded since last night. Last night, hurricane-force winds went out about 25 miles from the center. Now they extend out on through some structural changes, but generally none of these changes have been great news at all. It has not weakened. We're going to have a very dangerous hurricane coming ashore. Now, the center of circulation is, about 35 to 40 miles away from the outermost land areas there in southern Alabama, you know, around Gulf Shores, for example. But it's around 75 miles or so around from Mobile, Alabama. So moving to the north, still at only 2 miles per hour. Category slow hurricane, and the winds are going to be a big part of this, but the rainfall and the flooding are going to be the bigger part of this. Now, I know you're interested in when landfall might occur. It's probably not going to be until tomorrow morning sometime, depending upon exactly how fast it decides to move. But it's going to be a slow process. The northern eye wall is going to be lashing southern Alabama, and the eastern eye wall may be getting into the western Florida panhandle here over the next many, many hours. The big story is the flooding that will extend all the way into Georgia. So look at all these areas under a flash flood watch, but especially down in here. This is not your everyday flash flood watch. Look at these rainfall totals that radar estimates offshore over the last 12 hours exceed 20, 21, maybe even 22 inches. And over a large area, the footprint is greater than a foot. Now, some of that has eked on shore. It's been a rough day already in the Florida Panhandle. Look at all of these flash flood warnings. We will detail those in a little bit. But look at that northern eye wall getting closer and closer to Dauphin Island and Gulf Shores and Orange Beach. Eastern eye wall is probably where the strongest winds are. And we zoom in a little bit, we can see what the winds are doing on land, gusting as high as 70 miles an hour on some of these islands. The buoys gusting to 70 offshore. Pensacola gust to 53. Mobile gusting to 49. So it's already tropical storm conditions, Chris Bruin. Horizontal rain, and in the community around you, the conditions are getting worse and worse on the roads with flooding.
Oh yeah, and even before the sun set, Dr. Knapp, there were numerous roads, even just in downtown Pensacola, that have closed because they are the first to flood, and we've already seen standing water on streets like Main Street and several of the local streets here in downtown. I can imagine the majority have now probably taken on water because you're dealing with rainfall rates that are so heavy, the drainage system just can't keep up. On top of that, you've got the water coming in from the ocean and from the bay. The ocean fills up the bay and then it continues to work its way inland, right? Well, typically when you get rainfall, that then drains out, okay? When you block that, you reverse that whole process, it just backlogs everything. So you're really in a worst case scenario when you talk about a flood situation here in a community like Pensacola and really the neighboring towns. I mean, this goes up towards, even places along I-10, even farther inland. That's when you have a very different type of topography. You start getting into some rolling hills, the sand hills, and you can really see rivers extremely flood very quickly. And so that is what we're going to be following. Numerous rivers too, by the way, in southern Alabama and northwestern Florida are likely to go in major flood stage, and some could rival records that have been set back in previous tropical systems over the last many years. So as far as conditions go, I want to show you what it looks like here in Pensacola because people did evacuate. There's a couple of shelters open. But if you're home tonight, or maybe you're away, or maybe this is one of your vacation spots, this is a popular spot, especially every summer with people getting down to Pensacola and even over towards the Bar Beach, Destin, the beach of the 38. Here in Escambia County, where we are, what you see right now is going to get worse. We know the winds are even higher. We've gusted to about 52, 53 miles per hour officially here in downtown Pensacola. Sustained winds getting closer to that tropical storm force, and we've seen that pick up especially in the last hour or two. But we're going to continue to watch this increase. We will see gusts over 60, and at times I think we may clock in at 70 plus miles per hour into the late night, overnight hours, and by sunrise tomorrow morning, that's when we expect potentially the worst, that core, to be here. The problem is it's going to take 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours for that to really push through because of how slow moving the storm is. So we've got to deal with this, we got to deal with the worst to come, and then we got to deal with the backside, which will likely take us through much of the day tomorrow. So we got a long way to go. You got to brace yourselves, and it's really going to be one to endure. We're not just following the storm here in Northwest Florida, here in Pensacola. I want to bring in meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. Reynolds, you know, what we see here in Pensacola, it's coming your way. I know the rain's already started. Talk about Mobile and areas, you know, near downtown. We know how easily that area can flood. Have you noticed any water rise earlier this afternoon? The wind direction, what has the rain been like? What's the conditions? What's the latest update there?
Rain has been constant since early morning. When the sun came up, well, at least when we saw it through the cloud cover, we had the rain that was a constant companion throughout much of the morning hours, the midday, the afternoon, and sure enough, we still have it now. The other feature that we've seen that's been on the uptick has been the wind, and with it, if you spend any time in Mobile, you know very well that one of the reasons that the 190,000 people that love the city so much, one of the things that's so great about it is it's beautiful. You see these trees behind me. You've got tree-lined streets all across the region with winds that are just relentless at times. You know that eventually things are going to topple. There's tree branches, you can have power lines going out, and right now the number of customers that power across parts of Mobile County, up to 17,000 customers, you know those are going to be in the uptick. Take a look at the imagery that you see here, just one wave after another. It's almost like it's a giant organism that is breathing. You've got, again, just the surplus of rain that comes in, the wind picks up also, and you got to think that this is just going to be you've got this confluence of water coming in from 77,000 miles of waterways across the state of Alabama that is trying to make its way down through the Tombigbee and Alabama rivers and flush out into the Gulf of Mexico through Mobile Bay. Now, with the system, you've got just the opposite. You've got, again, the water piling up and moving in the opposite direction. So a collision course, and with it, we can expect some widespread flooding. You know, it's one thing when you see water that's collecting on the streets or in some of the parks. It's something altogether different. when it's moving through your living room. So certainly some big concern. You see the timeline there, long duration event, slow moving system. It's something we're going to have to contend with, and the real muscle, the wind's coming in tomorrow morning. So many of you trying to sleep in, trying to get some rest, you're going to have the windows rattling as things begin to intensify, and that is certainly what we anticipate during the overnight hours and into the very early morning. That is the latest we have. Let's send it back to Chris Bruin in Pensacola. Chris, take it away.
Hey, Reynolds. Yeah, this is something that we're continuing to watch. So, expect the conditions to be like what we're seeing here in Pensacola coming to Mobile probably in the next couple of hours, if not sooner, okay? And flooding is going to be a huge ordeal there, too. That's something we're continuing to watch. Totals. I want to talk about totals because already we have seen over a foot of rain, and that was over an hour ago, and I'm sure those totals have been even higher because it hasn't stopped, and it's only gotten heavier, and it has stayed the same. Think about the heaviest thunderstorm and you get in the summertime, and typically that lasts about 15-20 minutes. Well, in a tropical system like a hurricane, you have those type of rainfall rates, but they just don't stop, especially in those bands that then form, and they pull in moisture at all levels of the atmosphere, and also right off the Gulf of Mexico, which is an open hose, and that's what we're dealing with tonight. So we're going to continue with 2 to 3+ inches per hour rainfall rates on top of what we've already seen, and we've still got several hours to go. So totals near Pensacola Beach have been nearly a foot. In fact, in some areas even higher than that around Gulf Breeze, not to be confused with Gulf Shores, Alabama, which Gulf Shores similar totals, 11-12 inches. Here in Pensacola proper, we're closing in on 10, even 11 inches, and totals are continuing to climb. Once I dry off for a second, I'll be able to check the latest observations, but overall, already going into the heart of what Sally will bring here overnight is really concerning, especially with that flash flood potential. On top of that, you've got storm surge that will continue to be a problem, and we have seen it every park that we have went to, Dr. Nav, on the bay side, so the north side of Pensacola Bay, so downtown Pensacola, all the way over towards Destin. I was driving that 40-mile stretch, and most properties on the north side, docks were completely submerged, and that was earlier this afternoon, and it really hasn't let up. Of course, it's fluctuated now that we head into low tide, but we got high tide returning in the morning, and that rise may be even higher, especially with the stronger winds expected to push in, and that greater push of water, which will continue to be ongoing until we get a major shift in our wind direction.
Yeah, Chris, the onshore push of the salt water is going to prevent the fresh water from all this rain from draining very quickly. So a combination of factors, big problems on the shores of Fort Morgan, Alabama, as the winds of Sally reach the coast. Terrible conditions. It's only going to get worse as the evening goes on. Now look at all these flash flood warnings, and we've also got a tornado warning in Panama City Beach. So let's kind of break all these down. And by the way, in these yellow areas, it's raining more than 3 inches per hour. Oh my goodness. Flash flood warning here, Gulf Shores into Pensacola until 11:15. That'll probably get extended. Destin and Fort Walton Beach and Crestview in Okaloosa County, that warning till 11:30 local time. And over here in the Freeport area in Miramar Beach, you've got problems on the roads big time. These are community-wide flooding problems. And here is the tornado warning for Panama City Beach. This will be going over Panama City Beach around 8:15 local time. It's in effect till 8:30. Lowest level, lowest dry level, most interior rooms where you want to be.
Hush, hush, baby, nobody will break you.
The calming scent of lavender by Downy Infusions Calm. Laundry isn't done until it's done with Downy.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein with nutrients to support immune health.
Geico's been helping people save money for over 75 years. They've really stood the test of time, much like these majestic Rocky Mountains, which must be named after the rock.
That would be Rocky the Flying Squirrel, Mr. Gecko, sir. Obviously.
Come on, Bullwinkle. They're named after...
First President George Rockington.
That doesn't even make any sense, Mr. Winkle.
Geico, over 75 years of savings and service.
I'm a performer. Always have been and always will be. Never letting anything get in my way. Not the doubts, distractions, or voice in my head. And certainly not arthritis. New Voltaren provides powerful arthritis pain relief to help me keep moving. And it can help you too. Feel the joy of movement with Voltaren.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
Everyday work, exercise, and stress leaves your body in a painful, achy mess. What if you could combine soothing pressure, vibrating massage, and heat therapy? Introducing Calming Heat, the revolutionary massaging weighted heating pad. Calming Heat combines the soothing benefits of weighted pressure with the warming relief of an extra-large heating pad, plus massaging vibrations that can be turned on and off. The secret is therapeutic heat that's absorbed into the weighted clay beads, combined with massaging therapy, all stitched in a soft, luxurious fabric. Take your relaxation to the next level with Calming Heat by Calming Comfort for just $59.99. As a bonus, you'll get the Stay Clean and Store Bag absolutely free. Order today and find out how you can get a second Calming Heat for 50% off and free shipping. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-364-9354 or go to calmingheat.com.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting a full force to this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Hello, America. Welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. It is all about Hurricane Sally. Sally, a Category 1 hurricane, but still poses a massive threat in terms of wind and in terms of rain. It is the rain coming down and piling up that is going to be the key thing to watch as we roll over the next several hours and certainly the next several days. Now, I'm coming to you from Mobile, Alabama, and I'll tell you, right now we've seen some ponding on the roadways, the trees beginning to sway considerably, and if you have any experience of times here in Mobile, you know that one of the signatures of this beautiful port city happen to be these trees. They're just timeless. They've been around forever. But I'll tell you, despite their strength and resilience, they're going to be put to the test with these relentless winds that we can expect to really ramp up over the next several days. Perhaps you've been tuning in earlier and seeing what Paul Goodlow and his crew were enduring, also Chris Bruin. just lashing with wind and rain, the combination. And where we happen to be in Mobile County, we've had widespread issues in terms of power outages. In fact, over 17,000. I spoke with Jess Arnold, our great weather producer, back at our Mission Control, and she was telling me that we've got wind gusts ranging anywhere from 45 approaching 50 miles an hour. That's not going to change. In fact, I think we can see them actually strengthen as we roll forward in time, and with it, again, back to the rain. The thing you got to remember is Mobile, well, it doesn't take a great deal to cause flooding here in the city. Roughly a year ago, they had 7 inches of rainfall, and you had over 60 swiftwater rescues. Now, Governor Kay Ivey in the state of Alabama has, again, had his 2 swiftwater rescue teams that are at the ready. National Guard is ready to be deployed at a moment's notice to render aid to those who need it. And I'll tell you, as we know, this is going to be more of a, not quick hit, but a duration event. A lot of help will be needed as we roll forward in time. There it is. You see the pinwheel on the map. The areas of the light green and the yellow show some of the light to moderate rainfall, but where you have more of the orange and the reds, well, that's where it's going to be pretty dramatic. Now, one thing you notice that by the time you get to 2 o'clock in the morning, looks like conditions will be better in places like Citronelle, back into Mobile, Spanish Fort. But then you've got all that water that's going to be draining its way through the extensive watershed that you have in South Alabama, eventually coming back out to Mobile Bay. So a lot to consider. All right, you see some of the numbers there. We're going to be talking more about the system for minute by minute, hour by hour, second by second updates. Keep it here at the Weather Channel. Now let's send it back into the studio with Alex Wilson.
Yeah, hey Reynolds, we got you covered on everything and anything you need to know on this system, including more locations out there along the coast. Want to get to one of our storm trackers, Scott Peak. He is in Orange Beach, Alabama. Scott, you've been driving around. Let us know what it's like and what you've seen out there.
Well, the roads are mostly clear. There are patches of road underwater at intermittent. They did close the Perdido Pass on 182 going eastbound out of Orange Beach. So that is completely blocked by Highway Patrol and the city. So there's no way to go over that bridge.
And looking at your camera, it looks like there is very little in the way of people out. Has it seemed like everybody's kind of hunkering down now?
Absolutely. From what I heard, there was a curfew as well. So there seems to not be anybody out. Might see an occasional a police vehicle or an emergency vehicle like a fire truck. But other than that, there's absolutely no one out.
Yeah, some reports that winds are gusting over 50 miles an hour at times. How difficult is that, making it just to drive around? Have you seen any downed trees?
We've only seen one structure damage, and it was a building that was still being built, but the walls had collapsed, and you know, it was pretty bad. So, but other than that, we're still waiting for the highest winds to come through. The winds are whipping the trees really good, and I know once they've gotten weighed down with the rain, those bigger branches will start collapsing and coming down, and it'll be a hazard.
Rainfall, I got to imagine at times it's just about blinding.
Oh, absolutely, yes. When those rain bands come in, it's like just sheets of water coming up on the windshield, and it does make it very hazardous traveling down the road.
Scott, what's the plan for you here moving forward?
Well, we're going to keep driving around and streaming and trying to get some more content, but we're trying to obviously trying to stay safe while we're doing this, but we're just going to keep going around and streaming and get what we can get. So there's right in the stream now, you can see where the bridge is closed. They have the vehicles blocking the roadway.
Absolutely. Well, you got to play it safe. Got to keep people off. So glad they're blocking that. Scott, you stay safe. Thanks for bringing us those updates, and we'll continue to check in with you throughout the evening. I want to take you live to Perdido Key in Florida. Yeah, this is Perdido Key. You're like, I can't really see much of anything except raindrops blowing sideways. That's the deal. Dr. Nab, that rain has begun to move in, and as you mentioned, the slow motion means these areas are going to get pounded by that heavy rainfall and strong winds over a really prolonged period of time.
Yeah, so Alex, who says a Category 1 hurricane is any picnic?
Right?
That doesn't look too fun.
No.
And the rainfall totals that are piling up offshore are an indication of what is going to happen on land. Yes, we've had some over 12-inch reports already on land, but more than 20 inches offshore in the last 12 hours. That is coming onshore. Flash flood warnings all the way from just south of Mobile, all the way around to Panama City. off the roads. Do not be out on the roads tonight. And the northern eye wall is about to come onto the islands here, south of Mobile, down in Gulf Shores and Dauphin Island. It's gusting to 51 at Fairhope, just a little bit inland. That buoy offshore gusting to 69. Now, one of the problems with the winds, already getting multiple trees down and tree damage in the Daphne, Alabama area, just across the bay from Mobile. And we've got some storm surge and coastal flooding down on the coastline. We'll keep you updated on what is happening as we get new reports in. All right, now let's take a look at, oh my gosh, Perdido Key. Look at that horizontal rain, and it is piling up on the roads. Very serious flooding ongoing.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting and sure, with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Thank you for taking me home. It's so far.
Don't worry about it, Grandma. This will be fun. 2 chocolate milkshakes, please.
Make it 3.
3?
Did you get his number?
Oh, Grandma. Grandma!
Excuse me?
Some relationships get better with time. That's why I got a Crosstrek.
97% of Subaru vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road.
I'm so glad you got a Subaru. I wonder who gave me the idea. Oh.
Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Age-related macular degeneration may lead to severe vision loss.
So the National Eye Institute did 20 years of clinical studies on a formula only found in PreserVision.
If it were my vision, I'd ask my doctor about PreserVision.
It's the most studied eye vitamin brand.
If it were my vision, I'd look into PreserVision.
Only PreserVision AREDS 2 contains the exact nutrient formula recommended by the NEI to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression.
I have AMD. It is my vision, so my plan includes PreserVision.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Thank you.
Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices. No extra charge. Dish. Tuned in to you.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
Was that your grandfather, leading armies to battle?
Was that your great aunt, keeping armies alive?
Drafting the plans.
Taking the pictures.
Was it your family members who flew?
Who fixed?
Who fought?
Who rose to the occasion
when the world needed them most.
Find and honor your ancestors who served in World War II. Their stories live on at Ancestry.
Still your best friend, and now your co-pilot. Still a father, but now a friend. Still an electric car, just more electrifying. Still a night out, but everything fits in. Still hard work, just a little easier. Still a legend, just more legendary. Chevrolet, making life's journey just better. Freezing cold. Blazing heat. Rain-X premium silicone wiper blades are engineered to withstand the most extreme conditions. They last 2 times longer than traditional wipers. If Rain-X premium silicone wipers survive these conditions, clearly they'll last in yours. Rain-X, outsmart the elements. Find Rain-X silicone wipers at these retailers.
All right, welcome back into the Weather Channel. Thanks for joining us here this evening, and we got you covered here from Mobile to Pascagoula to Gulf Shores, Alabama, right here to Pensacola, Florida, where I am tonight. We are getting hammered by rainfall. Winds, they've been tropical storm force, and the latest tallies right now, as far as gusts go, we've had hurricane force wind measurement on Dolphin Island. That's just to the west of Gulf Shores, Alabama, south of Mobile, and an 82-mile-per-hour gust at Fort Morgan. That's also on Dolphin Island there on the eastern shores of Dolphin Island, just as it just into Mobile Bay. Gusts haven't been that strong here yet in Pensacola, but it's not to say that it won't be. And you can see the heavy rainfall threat that we are dealing with. And we just can't catch a break here, Dr. Nab, at Pensacola. Rainfall rates continuing to be well over 2 to nearly 3+ inches per hour.
You know, a lot of people, after many hours of this over the next couple of days, are really going to be wanting a break, but there just isn't going to be much of one. It's going to be a very long-duration wind and water event from what is a Category 1 hurricane with max winds of 85 miles per hour, but north at 2 miles per hour. Category, slow, and in a very, very bad, dangerous, life-threatening way, mainly because of the rain-induced flooding. Landfall of the center circulation probably won't happen until sometime tomorrow morning, and then it won't get very far inland during the day tomorrow. So it's going to continue to rain along the Gulf Coast. This is just through around breakfast time tomorrow, where very serious, life-threatening, community-wide damaging flooding could occur, but it continues and extends farther inland tomorrow night into Thursday morning, even as the winds of this system come down. Now, if you look at these model forecasts from this point forward, still kicking out 1.5 feet of rain from the European model from this point forward. Same thing with the GFS model, and look at 1 foot or more extending way inland. Now, if you don't believe those totals, look at what has already happened offshore, where just in the last 12 hours, the radar has estimated more than 21, nearly 22 inches of rain. That's in 12 hours. So if a couple spots could get unlucky, those 30-inch isolated total forecasts could absolutely come true. And we've had values over 1 foot here, some portions of the Florida Panhandle area. So with that much rain having already fallen and a lot more to go, it is definitely going to get worse before it gets better. Flash flood warnings from just south of Mobile all the way over to the Panama City area, pretty much the entire western 2/3 of the Florida Panhandle under a flash flood warning. The northern eye wall of the hurricane is just on the doorstep of Dauphin Island and Gulf Shores, and the eastern eye wall, where the strongest winds are, will be coming in just near the Alabama-Florida border. But we've got nasty gusts. We've gusted as high as 70 on some of these outer islands. We've had sustained winds up to 55, near 60 miles an hour. Reports of trees coming down in Daphne, Alabama, not far from Mobile. So a lot of wind hazards, but water is the one that's going to affect most of you. Pensacola, you're under a flash flood warning till 11:15 Central Time, and that is probably going to be extended. This is a live look in Pensacola, where you've got horizontal rain, and it is going to not let up all night long tonight, and probably not all day long tomorrow. And there's a good chance you're not going to get the eye, so you're not going to get much of a break. You'll be on the eastern, stronger, wetter side of this system, Chris Bruin. So I wish I could say you're going to get a little bit of a break, but you won't. Yeah, so Chris is out there, and we'll talk to him again in a little bit, but there are two main hazards that I'm concerned about in a place like Pensacola. One would be what could be historic, catastrophic, life-threatening, damaging flooding that could eventually get into some homes. But also, we can't forget, this is a hurricane, and you're going to be on the stronger side of the hurricane in Pensacola. And as these strong winds come in, let me back out again to show you where you are relative to the center. This eastern eye wall could come very close to Pensacola, and that's where the strongest winds are. We could absolutely see power outages and see downed trees. So you want to be, number one, not out on the roads, and number two, especially when the strongest winds come in, I would shelter like you would for a tornado. Too much chance of trees coming down and coming onto homes. So many things to be concerned about. So the flash flooding is ongoing in Pensacola, but it's a big, big problem pretty far east of there. You're not going to have to get the eye wall to have big, big problems. Destin and Crestview is under a flash flood warning. So is Panama City, where we've got a lot of reports of problems on the roads. Now here's a live look at Orange Beach, Alabama. Look at those nasty waves crashing ashore. We are getting storm surge into the coastlines of Alabama and the Florida Panhandle. That push is going to prevent the rainfall flooding from draining into the Gulf.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-made.
Finding inner flex with Duluth Double Flex Denim. Look deep. Deeper. 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 Too deep. Find your inner flex with Duluth Double Flex Ballroom Denim. Only at Duluth Trading.
It's about the humans. These humans, those humans, groovin' and golden. It's about getting more than health insurance and a partner who listens and acts. Humana calls it human care. It's talking to a doctor from your couch or helping you find a cheaper prescription before you ask. It's helping you fix the rugs so you don't fall and keeping you social, online or off. It's getting to know you so you can be your healthiest. That's our superpower. That's human care from Humana.
Where can a healthier heart lead you? For people with heart failure taking Entresto, it may lead to a world of possibilities. Entresto helps people stay alive and out of the hospital. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto.
Can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? We're here to help your small business any way we can. Every ink for small business, all in one place.
The UPS store.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
I want to get you back out to one of our Storm Trackers cameras. Scott Peak is in Orange Beach, Alabama. If you were watching Paul Goodloe earlier today, it's been all about the waves. So this storm, the winds have been kicking up some really rough surf, and that is going to be pounding some of these piers, some of these beaches for a really prolonged period of time. Right now at Orange Beach, they're gusting to 53 miles an hour. Scott actually mentioned the bridge shut down there because of the winds. But Dr. Nab, we got to talk about that persistent wave action on some of these areas.
Yeah, so Orange Beach, just on the other side of the entrance to Mobile Bay from Dauphin Island, so they're a little farther east than Dauphin, and they're in kind of the beginnings of the northern to northeastern eye wall, and that's why you're getting a tremendous push of the waves. So here's Mobile Bay, here's Dauphin Island, Orange Beach is in here, so you can see how they're kind of getting into that northern eye wall, and they might get the strongest winds that this hurricane has to offer on that northeast side. And we've got quite a bit of push of a storm surge, Alex. I mean, it's not like there's no storm surge and no waves. I mean, right. You're getting a couple feet of flooding there, and the roads are certainly going to be covered there.
And this is something that we anticipate is going to last a long time. And Dr. Knapp, this could come into play for a few tide cycles too, correct?
Oh my gosh, yes. I mean, this, another thing about these really slow-moving hurricanes is you're guaranteed to get at least one, if not two or three, high a little bit more to the surge flooding. And again, it's so important to remember, Alex, that this onshore push that we're seeing here, you think any water is going to drain from the state of Alabama into the Gulf of Mexico from that rainfall with that pushing ashore?
Absolutely not. Paul Goodloe was talking about earlier today that some of the structures have been rebuilt from past storms. When they rebuild something, do they take into account the duration of a storm like Sally? Is this something that maybe eventually will we just see these things go, all right, I was able to hang in there for 24 hours, but longer than that, it's just too much?
Well, yeah, they don't necessarily just build it to a certain wind speed or a certain wave height, because I think they realize, though, that some long-duration storms can make the damage worse, because the longer the waves pound and the longer the wind blows, the more something is susceptible. That looks like, though, a pretty stout pier right there, and if it can handle what's happening now without seemingly having too much trouble, maybe it'll make it through. But because if this was going to be a higher storm surge event, then the waves maybe would go over the top of that pier. But maybe that won't happen in this case.
So in Orange Beach, not necessarily seeing some of the heaviest of rainfall right now, but Scott did mention when it comes down, it's coming down in buckets, and it's coming.
Yeah, and I think the winds are going to get stronger here. The rain's going to get heavier here, and if the hurricane goes just far enough to the west, they could catch the eastern eye wall and not get a break. So we might see from this camera, the worst conditions that the hurricane has to offer.
And we've got to watch out for the severe threat, too. We've begun to see some storms here, some severe warned storms. Tornadoes could be we've got a long duration watch up for that possibility. So I know if you're on that eastern eye wall too, you're really getting no breaks from anything.
Yeah, and so many hurricanes, not all of this exact strength, but that have come ashore in this neck of the woods. You think of like Ivan 2004, that was a prolific tornado producer in the southeastern U.S. So that's definitely going to be a problem, not just at the coast like Panama City, where we had that tornado warning a little bit ago, but going way inland.
Absolutely. Want to get it back out to Reynolds Wolf. He's there in Mobile, Alabama, one of the areas that, as we mentioned, things will ramp up for you, Reynolds. Still no slouch right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That pier you were just showing us a short moment ago in Orange Beach, if I'm not mistaken, that is actually a replacement for a pier that was destroyed back in 2004 with Ivan. The reason why I bring that up is that, remember, folks, Alabama, really no stranger when it comes to severe weather, certainly when it comes to landfalling tropical systems. And Alabama is doing all that it can to be ready for what may unfold over the next several minutes, hours, and days. Where we happen to be in Mobile, Alabama, the port city, we've got something that is coming into port. That, of course, happens to be Sally, moving with winds of 2 miles an hour. That, for the time being, is practically stationary, all things considered. And the wind has not been stationary. Now, obviously, you can't see it, but you can sure see the stuff that it moves around, the leaves off in the distance. We hear the ripping of some flags off in the distance, too. But the rain has really been the constant. We've had that from sunrise all the way to present time, and we expect no let-up in terms of that precipitation as we go forward. Now, one thing to mention about the state of Alabama, in full disclosure, I grew up in the state of Alabama. Alabama is my home, and I spoke with a childhood friend of mine. He is a police chief in Calera, Alabama, Chief Sean Kendrick. And what Sean was telling me on social media a short while ago is that his swift water rescue teams are ready in central Alabama. Now, I want you to think about that. We are very close in Mobile to the water's edge, to the Gulf of Mexico. You've got, of course, Mobile Bay. Now, Calera, Alabama, farther to the north, they are getting not only his teams ready, but they're also getting additional resources from North Alabama coming into the center part of the state. This drives home the point that Alabama's readiness is not just limited to the Gulf Coast, but well inland, and the same will be followed in spots like Georgia and the Carolinas as we roll forward in time. That is something you got to consider. Something else that's happening as we speak, the power outages. We've had upwards of 17,000 people without power. Just since the morning time to present time, we expect those numbers to be on the uptick. But know that when this system continues to march its way inland and eventually into spots, if it validates, moving into parts of Georgia into the Carolinas, we can see more of the same. Look at this trail. Now, this trail also indicates the amount of precipitation that we could be seeing. This is all subject to change. Nothing is in concrete. Nothing is set in stone for the time being. But something else to consider is how the land changes in a very, very drastic way. Along the coastal plain, everything is relatively flat. Once you make your way through central Alabama into northern Alabama, central Georgia to northern Georgia, everything changes. We've got hills, we've got mountains, and you'll have a feature that we refer to as orographic lift, which will enhance the rainfall. So we are dealing with this for days to come. Let's go to Orange Beach one more time as we go to commercial break, and we've got, again, a rollicking Gulf of Mexico on display this evening. Full coverage continues coming up. You're watching the Weather Channel. Be safe and stay dry, folks. We'll see you in a few.
Facing leaks takes strength. So here's to the strong who trust in our performance and comfortable, long-lasting protection. Because your strength is supported by ours. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Lucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with sun-made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit, sun-made.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary.
Heard you're retiring soon. My husband just retired. Figuring out how to stay covered was a real doozy.
Hey, look, Leonard's premiums are showing.
He doesn't even have a Medigap.
We're gonna say Jamal.
Anyways, we found Physicians Mutual. They made it really easy. I'll give him a call.
Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual. With everything going on, you need to relax and revitalize. What if you could combine soothing pressure, vibrating massage, and heat therapy? Introducing Calming Heat, the revolutionary massaging weighted heating pad. Watch, this regular heating pad blows away, but the weighted pressure and no-slip fabric keep Calming Heat securely in place. The weight also helps evenly distribute the heat. To see the difference, we used a thermal imaging camera. The weighted clay beads in Calming Heat help treat the entire back to sustain heat. And look at this. These massaging vibrations help relax the tension in your muscles. Take your relaxation to the next level with soothing weight, heat, and vibrations all in one with Calming Heat for just $59.99. Order today and find out how you can get a second Calming Heat for 50% off and free shipping. Order now at calmingheat.com. That's calmingheat.com.
Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Let me get through this.
Of Hurricane Sally. We are looking live at Pensacola, Florida. That is Chris Bruin shot. And you can see, it kind of looks like the inside of a washing machine, right? The plants, the trees, they're moving every which way as those winds have been gusty, but the rain has really been the story. We have seen rainfall rates over 1, even 2 inches an hour. So that absolute torrential rainfall looks to be one of the greatest threats of Sally moving forward. Absolutely has been so far this evening. I think things are going to get much worse for many communities before they get better. Let's take you now to Orange Beach, Alabama. We are looking at storm tracker Scott Peak's shot. Scott, we've been looking at this pier just get battered by these waves. Do you know anything about it? It seems pretty structurally sound, but looking at some major wave action, and this is going to stick around.
Yeah, I believe it's going to stick around. It's a concrete pier. We're actually sitting right next to the Cotton Bayou Public Beach Access, so we're right next to that. And I'm not sure what the name of this pier is, but it's definitely some type of concrete structure. I know they have it closed to the public, but the ocean is definitely very angry and smashing up against the pier. That's for sure.
Yeah, maybe a restaurant or something. What has it been like here since we talked? We talked about 20 minutes ago. What have been any notable changes, if any?
Well, we've gotten out of the rain, but I know there's still a lot of driving rain, and we just noticed a power flash. So the winds have definitely picked up a little bit, and we have noticed a couple power flashes right behind us from the transformers and the power lines exploding. But we're definitely in a safe place here in the parking garage, but I know there's a lot of driving rain out there, making it really difficult to see.
Yeah, you made a great point about the power outages. Those numbers are already starting to go up across some of the states. In your travels this evening, had you gone through any areas that looked to be already without power?
Yes, actually, there were some areas west of Orange Beach, as a matter of fact, that didn't have any power. And then there were some other places where it looked like the condominiums had their the flashing going off on the fire things going off, but which showed they didn't have any power at all. But other than that, we've had power so far, especially in this part of Orange Beach.
All right, hopefully we keep it that way. Scott Peak, thank you so much. We're going to get back to you, Scott. We really appreciate your visuals, giving us a sense of what's happening there in coastal Alabama. Want to take it back over to Pensacola, Florida. That's where Chris Bruin is this evening. And Chris, you have been getting drenched. The rainfall rates have been really, you say impressive, but we also know what that's going to do in terms of flash flooding, not just for places like Pensacola.
No, they've been disorienting. I think that's a good word to describe it. I mean, I just imagine just being out in the elements, and I just think, when is it going to end? And it really isn't going to be anytime soon. We've got to endure scenes like this all night long and all morning, even into the afternoon. So we got a long way to go. We're already getting reports now. Pensacola police is saying there are numerous limbs and even small trees down that are blocking roads, and they're not going to be able to get out and remove any of that until the weather's safe to do so. So if people are out, they're trying to get the word out, please don't, because these are going to be huge hazards that you're not going to be able to see, even only going 20 miles per hour. The visibility, the darkness, a lot of people are starting to slowly lose power, especially as those winds have picked up, and that is something that we have seen pick up, especially in the last, I would say, 20 minutes. We're noticing those winds really starting to howl. They're starting to get a little bit of that whistling sound through the crannies and alleyways and corners here around the city of Pensacola. As far as I see, I still see a lot of lights on, so we're in good shape, at least at our location. Again, we're right downtown. You got Pensacola Bay right here. I want to briefly, as I bring in Dr. Nab, I want to briefly check in over at the water. Y'all aren't going to be able to see it, but boy, it is just a gnarly scene here on Pensacola Bay. Again, the surge is continuing to come up. Now, we've got a concrete seawall, and that's protecting us at our location, but there's numerous parks here, even on the north side of Pensacola Bay, that have already gone underwater, and they're just too dangerous because of the low-lying streets. Even this afternoon, I mean, at times the water, salt water, by the way, has gotten up to, the doors of many cars that were out observing the scenes at daylight. So already a dangerous situation unfolding, and the rainfall rates, I can just imagine what it looks like here across Pensacola, all as a whole. So many areas, so many roads probably shut down because of high water, and we're only going to see scenes like that get worse. We've got reports of water rescues in Gulf Shores, Alabama. Guys, people are still venturing out, even at this late in the game, and it's really one of those situations you kind of need to stay put. Stay put. Ride this out in your home and your safety. If you feel threatened, you need to get to a neighbor or somebody safe haven, because that water is not going to stop, and the rain is going to only get worse, especially since we haven't even gotten into that core intense eye wall. We've got continuing live coverage right here on the Weather Channel, not only here in Pensacola, but in Mobile, Alabama, where Reynolds Wolf is standing live tonight. Tevin Wu will be coming up later on into the overnight hours from Navarre Beach, Florida, and we've got Jim Cantori, Stephanie Abrams, and a full team of meteorologists with you.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting and sure, with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
The shift has begun. The ante's been upped. To lead the charge, good had to be amazing. And amazing had to become the expectation. The drivers feel it every time they get in. The power has shifted.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
COPD makes it hard to breathe. So to breathe better, I started Once Daily Anoro.
COPD tries to say go this way. I say I'll go my own way with Anoro.
Once Daily Anoro contains 2 medicines called bronchodilators that work together to significantly improve lung function all day and all night. Do not use Anoro if you have asthma. Anoro won't replace rescue inhalers for sudden symptoms and should not be used more than once a day. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition, high blood pressure, glaucoma, prostate, bladder, or urinary problems. These may worsen with Anoro. Call your doctor if you have worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain while taking Anoro. The most common side effects are sore throat, diarrhea, and pain in the arms and legs.
Ask your doctor about Once Daily Anoro to start treating your COPD.
We're here for you during this challenging time, and always find support at Anoro.com.
Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything. Like pizza, your coworker's lunch, whatever this is. Astronaut food.
And astronauts?
Everything. Yum. It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. I put that on everything.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
We are coming to you live from Pensacola, Florida tonight, where we are just getting beaten by Hurricane Sally. Again, wind gusts have now topped hurricane force in Dauphin Island, Alabama, and also there near Gulf Shores, where we're starting to get into the outermost parts of that inner eye wall, and that's something that we're going to continue to follow here overnight. Again, the storm Sally is moving so slowly, we're going to have to endure hours upon hours of that worst that Sally will bring here to the northern Gulf Coast. Thanks for joining us here on the Weather Channel. We've got continuing live coverage all night long and throughout the day on Wednesday as Sally continues just to churn right off the coast. Now, we expect a landfall sometime over the next 6 to I would say anywhere from 4 to 8 hours, somewhere in that ballpark. It depends if it starts to get picked up. Again, it's kind of just in a situation where there's nothing really steering it. Now, we know it's going to eventually get pulled up into the northeast, and that will pull it through the southeastern part of the U.S. But until that happens, it's really just going to kind of park itself and slowly meander and then start to pick up speed. That will happen sometime throughout the day tomorrow. And remember, too, given where we are, even if we get a landfall in Gulf Shores, south of Mobile, we're going to be on that eastern eye wall for hours. This is a worst-case scenario when we talk about not necessarily a wind standpoint. We will have those strong damaging winds. But from a rain standpoint, where totals, I haven't had really a time to check the latest tallies, but I mean, we've had 1 to 2 inch per hour rainfall rates now for 5 to 6 hours straight, and that hasn't stopped. And so a couple of hours ago when I checked, we were upwards of 7, 8 inches here in Pensacola. That has since changed. I wouldn't be surprised if areas near downtown are nearing a foot. Some areas out towards Pensacola Beach, probably getting upwards of 13, 14, even 15 inches of rain. Some pockets already. And we've got another 7, 8, 9, 10, and in some cases another foot more of rain to go on top of what we've already seen. Then you bring in the 30, 40 mile per hour winds like we're seeing right now, and the surge, and you're going to set yourself up for quite a disaster here in some pockets, okay? So we know power outages are continuing to increase here around northwestern Florida and also southern Alabama. A lot of people on Gulf Shore starting to lose power, and as far as travel goes, a lot of bridges are closed here from Alabama into the Florida Panhandle. We've got pretty much all of the bridges, Santa Rosa County and also here in Escambia County closed. And how about Gulf Shores, the parkway there, the bridge that connects Gulf Shores, Alabama to the mainland, that is now closed, and that doesn't usually happen. So big time ordeal. If you are on these islands like Pensacola Beach, Okaloosa Island, also getting into Gulf Shores, Alabama, you're pretty much stuck there till this improves, because the bridges aren't going to open until weather improves, and we don't see that happening for another 10, 12 hours. Okay, so we expect a landfall sometime right around sunrise, maybe a little before. Either way, the worst of the weather still has yet to arrive. It's starting to slowly nudge into Gulf Shores and areas around Dolphin Island. That will also be the case here in Pensacola, Perdido Key, Pensacola Beach, getting in towards I-10. That whole 60-mile stretch from Mobile to Pensacola is really going to be a crucial zone here over the next 12 hours as we continue with scenes just like this. I mean, the winds, this isn't really telling because you've got the winds kind of coming in, but it's picking up in steam. We've had the highest wind report I've seen here in Pensacola proper, a little over 50 miles per hour. But we are getting word by the Pensacola police that there are some trees that have fallen down, and there's also limbs that have become hazards and debris in the roads. So if for people who think they want to go check it out, that's not a good idea, because you're driving, you can barely see. The windshield wipers can't even keep up with the rainfall rates that we're seeing. And then you got the wind and the obstacles flying into the road, and so it's a real danger, and they're not going to be able to get out and remove any of that stuff until the weather improves. So another 6 to 12 inches of rain can be expected on top of what we've already picked up, and in some cases we may get more than that. So the rainfall is really going to be the biggest issue. And Dr. Nav, I know we are forecasting anywhere from 10 to 20 inches, but given the current totals and the fact that we still got, at least another 4 to 6 hours of very heavy rainfall to go, if not more, I mean, some areas it wouldn't surprise me, and tell me if you think so too, if we picked up much more than that.
Absolutely. I would not be shocked if a number of spots in southern Alabama, western Florida Panhandle pick up more than 20 inches and get around that isolated 30 peak. We've seen 12-hour totals estimated by radar offshore over 20 inches. So it's really going to be a rough couple of days. And I want to show you what's going on in other parts of the coastline. I want to show you Orange Beach, Alabama right now. You're starting to get into the northeastern eye wall before too much longer. And you could, depending on what wobbles the hurricane makes, could end up getting into the strongest part of the hurricane. Now, let's just go just a little bit to the west a little closer to Mobile Bay, and this is Gulf Shores, Alabama. Very similarly, you're not too far from getting into the northeastern part of the eye wall, so it will get worse before it gets better. Now, I want to show you the latest information from the Hurricane Center, just updating us on the position and the motion, and every little bit of wobble is interesting, and you wonder if it portends a permanent change, because exactly where the center goes and where the eastern eye wall goes, that will determine who gets the worst winds and the greatest onshore push, and maybe the longest duration of rainfall as well. It's moving north-northeast at 2 miles an hour. So is that a permanent change in the heading from due north to a little bit east of north? Hard to tell, and it could stall and meander, who knows. But let's just say, for example, it was to stay on a north-northeastward heading. That could make all the difference for a place like Pensacola. That could, along that heading, bring the eastern eye wall right over you. But if it wobbles back to the left, then Orange Beach and Gulf Shores would end up getting the worst anyway. But the maximum sustained winds of 85 miles an hour are likely somewhere here in the northeastern to eastern part of the circulation. Gusts to 74 at the buoy just offshore. Frequent gusts over 50 miles an hour. We've had reports of trees down in a number of areas. So the winds are going to be a problem all by themselves, but they're producing the onshore push of the storm surge, which is going to lessen the ability for all of this water that's falling in these flash flood warning areas to drain. So we're going to have a combination in many places of saltwater flooding and freshwater flooding. Now I want to show you this report in the Gulf Shores area. You're very near the southeastern part of Mobile Bay, and there's a river and there's a bay that feeds into there. This is where we've had the report of water entering the first floor of a building, Colonial Parkway, County Road 6. They had to rescue someone, and the rest of the building was evacuated. Now again, don't know for sure if this was primarily caused by saltwater flooding from the storm surge, or they've had more than 8 inches of rain, freshwater flooding, or a little bit of both. But they are in that flash flood warning. They're in the storm surge warning. So this is a place where if you are caught and water's coming into your structure, Chris Bruin, this is the situation where it might not just be a problem on the roads. It could come into people's homes. So you got to go to the highest level of your building and call 911 if they're even able to come out and get you in conditions like that.
Yeah, and then you gotta stay out in this weather if that came to it, because being in your home will become a danger, and it really is exhausting. It can really turn a situation into a very dangerous one. So that's something we're going to continue to follow. Of course, power slowly starting to increase in outages. The number of outages is rising, given the fact that winds have picked up. And we just had a stronger gust come through even our location. So winds are steadily increasing. Still, between 50 and 60 miles per hour, not sustained, but gusting. And the rain, it's just disorienting. It's really hard to see. I mean, these little safety glasses is similar to your windshield wipers. It just fills up so much. It's really blinding at times. And then it's the horizontal rain. It gets in every nook and cranny. People may not have flooding in their homes, but they may get water seeping in through cracks in the window. Water will find a way in, especially in tropical systems. It's mind-boggling to see where water starts spewing out of. So that's always a huge danger. Even if you don't have flooding, but you get rainwater leaking into your home, then you still have to treat it necessary to remove the drywall that gets wet. So that's going to be another whole hazard that a lot of people here in the northwest part of Florida and southern Alabama are going to have to contend with. All right, so here's the latest conditions here in Pensacola, Florida. I want to go up the ways a little bit. About a 45-minute drive on a good day, not tonight, to Mobile, Alabama. And let's check back in with our meteorologist, Reynolds. Well, Reynolds, how have things changed since we last talked? Winds have picked up here notably, and the rain has been steady this whole time. What have you experienced?
Chris, what we've had more than anything is that classic pattern where you'll have a band that'll come through and you have the wind that intensifies. The rain has been really the constant we've had through a good part of the day. I'm going to step back for just a moment here, and you'll definitely see there's some ponding here or there on the roadways. This is something that is not uncommon here in Mobile. And as I step back towards the camera, I got to tell you that when it comes to water, it does not take a great deal to cause havoc here in Mobile. In fact, it was just less than a year ago, just barely less than a year ago, that you had 7 inches of rainfall here in the greater downtown area, and you had 60 water rescues, swift water rescues. So does not take much, but one thing we are going to get much of will be a great deal of rainfall. In fact, models indicate we could see anywhere from, say, a foot of rainfall, perhaps even more. So I think it's going to be really some trying times as we roll into the next several hours and days. Governor Kay Ivey has gotten the National Guard ready. At the same time, there's swift water rescue crews that are not only in this area, but across parts of the state. I mentioned earlier that I spoke with a childhood friend of mine. He's actually a fire chief up in Calera, Alabama, which is right in the heart of central Alabama, and you have a lot of crews from North Alabama coming down ready for some of the water that could be rising. When you think about Alabama and its totality, we're talking some 77,000 miles of moving water in terms of streams, creeks, rivers, and every bit of it in the state of Alabama flows out into the Gulf of Mexico. Now, think about this. Mobile Bay is going to be the conduit when you have the Alabama and the Tombigbee rivers that flow in together, and it pushes out to the Gulf. At the same time, you've got this system, Sally, moving water in the opposite direction. So a collision course, and that water has got to go someplace, and unfortunately could be headed into spots like, well, into cities, into neighborhoods, into homes. So certainly there is some concern. Shelters have been set up across parts of Mobile County and Baldwin also in this story, not just staying here in the counties that are touching the coastline, but eventually we'd see these problems in the state capital. From Montgomery moving up into places like Auburn, Alabama, into Georgia, and even into the Carolinas. So this system has got some long-reaching ramifications in terms of distance, but also in terms of time. You'll notice that we're not stopping as we get into Thursday or Friday. In fact, the story could continue all the way to the weekend. On Sunday, we could still be saying the name Sally. But then the thing to consider, too, is that once the wind will die down, and it will eventually die down, and the rain begins to subside, and the waters begin to drop back, then the cleanup begins. And what a huge story that's going to be. Power crews have been out and about right now. They're in the staging situation. So when the wind does begin to drop, they can go out there and restore those services that are so vital, so crucial, so important to so many people. But again, they've got quite a bit of a job, Alex. First thing they got to do is clear out the debris. Then the tough work really gets underway. Back to you, Alex.
Yeah, and we think there could be quite a bit of cleanup after this storm. But as you mentioned, Reynolds, we could still be saying the name Sally well into the weekend. Let's talk about some of those inland threats that we are going to see out of this storm, because this is going to be an issue for a long time. We are looking at parts of Atlanta area, metro area, parts of the upstate of South Carolina, parts of North Carolina, getting in on some huge totals. Where you see the red, that is 8 to 12 inches. So south and east of Atlanta, I think, hold the greatest possibility of that huge rainfall footprint. But just about the entire metro area there in Atlanta, in Greenville, South Carolina, and getting up to Charlotte in that 5 to 8 inch range. So when you get into metro areas, that kind of rain is going to trigger flash flooding. So unfortunately, that looks like it's going to be a threat well off to the east. Look at some of those 8 to 12 inch totals, much more isolated into North Carolina, but still a possibility into the state of North Carolina. That's the European model. USGFS model, obviously painting a smaller footprint, but a similar story coming out of this. That stripe right up 85 from Atlanta to Greenville, Spartanburg, Charlotte, and then even up to Raleigh and Norfolk, where we could be seeing totals in that 5 to 8+ inch range, with 3 to 5 inches, a good bet for many of these areas. So as Sally moves northward, there's our dip in the jet stream off to the west, our tropical moisture pumping northward. That dip helps to carry this off to the east, but leaving a lot of soaking rainfall in its path. And Chris Bruin is out there getting in on that soaking rainfall tonight in Pensacola, Florida.
Hey, Alex, yeah, it just does not stop. We keep checking back in, and we're not in the squally weather that we're seeing in Mobile and over towards Panama City. We're in the core, not quite the eye wall, but we are in the heart of Hurricane Sally, and it's relentless. It just beats on end, hour after hour. Torrential rain, and some of the heaviest rain I've seen, especially this year alone when it comes to tropical systems. We're already seeing flash flood warnings mounting. That will continue, and the rain is not expected to stop until tomorrow night at the earliest, okay? So we got a long way to go. We're going to be with you around the clock. We are going to battle this together safely. Of course, we've got crews round the clock covering all aspects of the storm from Mobile, Alabama to Pensacola, Florida, Navarre Beach, over towards coastal Mississippi. Keep it right here, the Weather Channel. We'll be right back with continuing live updates all along the Gulf Coast as Hurricane Sally bears down.
Stay restless with the icon that does the same. The RX, crafted by Lexus.
Lease the 2020 RX 350 for $409 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Today we say so long summer and hello fall with the new DQ Fall Blizzard menu. There's festive pumpkin pie, tasty new caramel apple pie, and more. Craving fall? Find it at DQ. Happy tastes good.
That feeling when, yep, they've eaten everything. Keep them full with Hot Pockets. Premium pepperoni, real cheese, and that buttery garlic crust. Literally built to satisfy.
Hot Pockets!
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein with nutrients to support immune health.
People were afraid I was contagious. I felt gross.
It was kind of a shock after I started Cosentyx. 4 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentyx. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms. If your inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to, serious allergic reactions may occur. Learn more at Cosentyx.com.
Families are reeling right now, enduring illness, losing their employers' plans in droves. They need lifelines now. My plan lowers healthcare costs, gets us universal coverage quickly when Americans desperately need it. This is my promise to you. When I'm president, I will take care of your healthcare coverage and your family the same way I would my own. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
What does Domino's know about tacos and burgers? As delivery experts, we know they shouldn't be delivered like this.
Thanks for the soggy tacos spread across the bottom of my delivery bag.
The burger was wilted.
We hate to see anything delivered poorly.
We wanted to give you a burger that is designed to be delivered.
A taco that was made to deliver right.
Taco from Domino's?
What?
Oh my.
The new Domino's cheeseburger pizza.
This is our new chicken taco pizza.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
That is not a soggy taco.
Tame your property with a DR trimmer mower. It trims. It mows. It even cuts brush. These machines are built to take a beating. Our durable heavy-duty cord is ideal for tough trimming tasks. Choose from gas-powered, battery-powered, towable models. Walk or ride, there's a DR trimmer mower that's right for you.
Go online to drtrimmer.com now and request your free buyer's guide. See the full line of DRs and learn how you can try one on your own property for 6 months. All DR trimmers are now on sale and free shipping is in effect. Our easy financing plan lets you make low monthly payments. Hurry, this offer won't last, so go online today. That's drtrimmer.com.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
welcome back into our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. We are looking live at a camera coming to us from Orange Beach, Alabama. If you've been with us throughout the hour, we have been watching this concrete structure just get slammed by the big waves. One of the factors that we're watching out of a prolonged event from Sally. This storm very, very slowly moving closer to the coast. We're talking about the speed that, we would walk a mall, not even walk to exercise. Orange Beach, Alabama, by the way, gusting over 50 miles per hour right now. Those gusty winds have allowed that surf to really kick up throughout the day. And this isn't the only coastal location that's seen some big waves. We look at what's happening in Perdido Key, Florida as well. Some very heavy rain coming down there at this point, and we've got big problems all along the coast. Dr. Nab, we look at this wave action, we look at the heavy rainfall. Actually, Perdido Key looks better, I dare to say, than it did last hour. Still not good. We've got the rain going horizontal, but maybe getting a little break in the rainfall. At times, people are saying it's backing off, but when it's coming down, it is coming down as if you've just got the faucet fully open.
Well, enjoy that break in Perdido Key while you got it, because it's going to be short-lived, and then the next round is going to be worse than the previous one, and then the one after that will be even worse, because 2 bands from now is the northeastern eye wall. And Alex, the big question is, here's the Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, Perdido Key area. The big question is, will this hurricane, the center of it, will it continue on this northeastward path to maybe have those areas that we just showed go through the eye and take the eastern eye wall over Pensacola, or will it stall, meander around? So we'll have to see. But
that's been the theme of this thing so far, right? Stalling, meandering, kind of truly wobbling.
Yeah, so I don't trust that this northeastward motion at 2 miles an hour is going to stay consistent. But these little details, Alex, really do end up determining who gets the strongest winds for the longest period of time. Because if you don't get a break during the eye, you buy yourself how many hours more? I mean, that eye is big enough to give you several hours break.
Yeah,
with a hurricane only going 2 miles an hour.
Heck yeah. Whereas if you find yourself on the eastern eye wall of a storm moving only 2 miles an hour, you're in it for the long haul. Yeah,
and if I'm in Pensacola, I'm thinking my chances aren't so great of getting this eye to go over us. It doesn't mean it can't, but it would have to hang a right a little more quickly than currently forecast. But this hasn't gone right down the middle of the cone at any time in its life.
Yeah, this one's been a tricky one. You pointed out those bands, though. Within those, the rainfall rates have been truly epic, and so we're picking up some huge totals. And then we've got problems along the coast because of the coastal flooding, too. Yeah, we've got the recent gust at Fort Morgan just across from Dauphin Island, a gust to 82 miles an hour. So that northern eye wall is starting to show its might there, and we've had reports of downed trees just south of Mobile, a gust to 58 not all that long ago. And if you look at, you talk about the rain rates, here's all those flash flood warnings, and you haven't even gotten the heaviest rain yet. I mean, look at this. This is the last 12 hours where places just offshore have eclipsed 18 inches, and we haven't gotten the worst of it onshore yet, where we've in some places gotten to a foot, but we could have another foot, maybe 2 more. Oh my gosh. Weather Prediction Center, they don't issue those high-risk zones for flash flooding often. Unfortunately, when they do, that tends to translate to some really serious situations, which, as you just pointed out, if we've got double-digit rainfall now we add another foot, we're looking at 20-plus inches in spots. Yeah, and those cameras we just looked at in Orange Beach and Gulf Shores and Perdido Key, all of those areas are in these coastal regions that are perhaps experiencing some storm surge in some places, but they're also getting numerous inches of rainfall. Some places could get a combination of storm surge flooding and freshwater flooding. And the Weather Service, Alex, has just put the considerable damage tag on this flash flood warning. It's alerting wireless emergency alerts. This is really life-threatening. Some places, water getting into some structures now. Yeah, I don't want you to think like, oh, okay, flash flood alert, it's okay, I'm at home. It's just, going to be the roads. This is getting into structures now. And Chris Bruin is in Pensacola. Chris, we look at those rainfall amounts that have come in your area. We look at the rainfall coming down right now, and we understand why we've got the problems.
Yeah, you know, I saw a report on social. Somebody in Perdido Key is saying in their backyard there's nearly 2 feet of water. Now, it's hard to tell if that's fresh water or salt water or a mixture of both. Probably a mixture of both because the surge has been high, and that's something else that we haven't had a chance to really talk about a lot because we've got a little bit of a seawall here. But if I were to have a flashlight and show you what it looks like, or if it were daylight, you would be amazed just by how high the waves are. And again, this is just the bay. This is Pensacola Bay, and we've seen some significant water rise because of that surge and that onshore push. Now, winds are continuing to come up, and we have seen power outages continuing to climb. The latest tally right now, over 22,000 customers here in Northwest Florida without power. And then in Alabama, that number is even higher. It's actually nearly double, about 43,000 customers or so without power. Remember, customers is a whole household, so that could, population-wise, that could be a lot higher. And these are likely going to top out much higher than that. So expect many more people to lose power, especially as we get into those strongest core winds. And remember, this is going to be a beating here. It is an endurance event. It is something we have to watch very closely. We got to take it minute by minute, and we're giving you the latest updates safely from the Gulf Coast. We'll be back.
Domino's knows delivery, so when we asked our team members how to make carry-out more convenient, they had thoughts.
Frisbee.
That's a thought.
Deliver it.
Even better. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery. Just pull up, check in online, and we bring your food to you. It's carry-out delivered.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know, but that Parker promo saved me so much in my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man, man.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I wanted more from my COPD medicine. That's why I've got the power of 1, 2, 3 medicines with Trelegy. The only FDA-approved once daily 3-in-1 COPD treatment.
Trelegy, the power of 1, 2, 3. Trelegy, 1, 2, 3. Trelegy.
With Trelegy and the power of 1, 2, 3, I'm breathing better. Trelegy works 3 ways: to open airways, keep them open, and reduce inflammation for 24 hours of better breathing.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Trelegy is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Think your COPD medicine is doing enough? Maybe you should think again.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy. We know times are hard, and we're here for you. Find support at Trelegy.com.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
They say carnivorous devourers inhabit seas waters. If he's here, this devourer white cheddar mac and cheese with bacon will lure him out.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
At Cracker Barrel, there's comfort in every bite. With new favorites like our fresh-baked chicken pot pie, filled with chicken and vegetables. Come on home to Cracker Barrel. Dine in, curbside, or delivery.
My turn. It shows up at the end of the year. Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
Every morning at 4:30, you hear the cooks hop on the floor. It's hard times in the mill, my love, hard times in the mill. Every morning right at 6, don't that old bell make you sick? Hard times in the mill, my love, hard times.
And welcome back in. We are live here in Pensacola, Florida, where the rain, the wind are continuing to pick up. The rain actually is coming in at such a force with those tropical storm force winds that we've been seeing here across Escambia County, that's in northwest Florida, that it hurts. It's almost like getting sandblasted, but we don't have sand because we're not right on the beach. Again, the beach is about 6 or 7 miles across the bay. Again, the bridges are closed. Not a safe spot to be at, especially with the overwatch that we're seeing at times because of the surge. You got that whole onshore push, and then you've got the wind and the rain, all right? And the rain is mounting. It's really picking up. I want to show you a camera here, Perdido Key. That's not too far away. That's if you go across the 3-mile bridge into Pensacola Beach. You go west, and you run into Perdido Key, okay? People there are saying water is filling up the backyards, and it's concerning because we're nowhere near being done yet, all right? And we are not even into the worst of this, and we may be on the rainy side. We're likely not going to get the eye here in Pensacola, so that means we're going to be in the rain the whole time. We won't catch a break at all, and that will really be a problem for wherever that east side of the eye wall gets in, and that's what we're seeing here in Pensacola. We're starting to see a slow shift in the wind direction too. They had been coming pretty much due east, maybe east-southeast, but now we're starting to get a little bit of a southeasterly wind, and these are certainly the strongest winds we've had, at least at our location here in downtown Pensacola. Remember too, something else that we haven't talked about is we lost our lights, so we may have a little less lighting there, but the winds have really picked up. Power outages, though, from my vantage point, I still see a lot of lights on here across the city, so that's encouraging news. We know totals are upwards of 22,000 here in northwestern Florida, and then 43,000 and counting there in Alabama, especially southern Alabama near Gulf Shores, where water is covering numerous roads. We know flooding from surge, so saltwater flooding, and then freshwater flooding. Totals, guys, have been in the double digits, and we may get another 12 inches of rain or more. On top of that, I took a walk over here on the grass. If I do so, I may step out of the way, but I did when we were off, and the grass is so wet, it's completely covered in water, just because it can't hold any more water, and the rain's not stopping anytime soon. We're in this for the long haul. Now, I want to bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp. Dr. Knapp, one thing we haven't really talked about a lot was the tornado aspect, and we know that's a threat, and the National Weather Service extending the tornado watch through the morning hours. Have we had any tornado warnings so far today with this system, and where do you think we have the greatest likelihood of those tornadoes?
Yeah, we absolutely have seen those tornado warnings. Got one that's still in effect down near Port St. Joe in Apalachicola, and that's typical, Chris, for them to happen far away from the center of circulation, and that tornado threat is going to spread way inland as we go through tonight and tomorrow, especially out in here in this sector of the storm as it comes ashore. So definitely for the Florida Panhandle and southern Alabama, tonight and tomorrow, a tornado risk, and you don't have to be anywhere near the center of circulation. The center of the hurricane is only moving north-northeast at 2 miles an hour. The pressure is down about 16 millibars from 24 hours ago, and that hasn't resulted in strengthening of the hurricane, but the hurricane wind field has expanded. It's become a little bit larger of a system, so it's moving slow, and it's kind of large, so that means it's going to be pushing a lot of water ashore, and it's going to be a long duration event with tremendous rainfall totals. The gusts are on the increase on land areas, and it's only going to be getting worse as the northern eye wall starts to come ashore here in the next few hours before landfall of the center sometime tomorrow morning, we think. Some recent reports, Oriole Beach over here southeast of Pensacola, gusting to 62 miles an hour. Pensacola Naval Air Station right down in here, they've actually measured nearly 12 3/4 inches of rain so far. Now, let's take a look at that particular area, see what the radar estimates are. Pretty close to that 12, 13-inch range. So this is a pretty good indication of what has happened so far. And offshore, we've had more than 18 inches of rain in some places. So, Chris, this flash flood warning in the Pensacola area means business. This is considerable damage that could happen from this warning, not just covering the roads.
We know even 5 hours ago, Dr. Nab, the roads downtown were already taking on water because of that heavy rain that we had already had. I can only imagine what it's like out there right now. And again, it's night, it's dark, hard to see, and conditions are only going to be going downhill through the next several hours into sunrise tomorrow morning. Really quickly, I want to take you to Pensacola Bay. Look at how churned up the water is, guys. Those waves are howling, and the surge continues. Remember, we go into high tide early in the morning. We've got more continuing live coverage from Pensacola next.
Water?
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Neo.
With my hepatitis C, I felt I couldn't be at my best for my family. In only 8 weeks with Maverick, I was cured.
I faced reminders of my Hep C every day.
I worried about my Hep C.
But in only 8 weeks with Maverick, I was cured.
Maverick is the only 8-week cure for all types of Hep C. Before starting Maverick, your doctor will test if you've had hepatitis B, which may flare up and cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B, a liver or kidney transplant, other liver problems, HIV-1, or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take. Don't take Maverick with atazanavir or rifampin, or if you've had certain liver problems. If you've had or have serious liver problems other than Hep C, there's a rare chance they may worsen. Signs of serious liver problems may include yellowing of the skin, abdominal pain or swelling, confusion, and unexplained bleeding or bruising. Tell your doctor if you develop symptoms of liver disease. Common side effects include headache and tiredness.
With Hep C behind me, I feel free.
Fearless.
Because I am cured.
If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
It's about the humans. These humans, those humans, Groovin and Golden. It's about getting more than health insurance and a partner who listens and acts. Humana calls it human care. It's talking to a doctor from your couch or helping you find a cheaper prescription before you ask. It's helping you fix the rug so you don't fall and keeping you social, online or off. It's getting to know you so you can be your healthiest. That's our superpower. That's human care from Humana.
The shift has begun. The ante's been upped. To lead the charge, good had to be amazing. And amazing had to become the expectation. The power has shifted.
Now with Ram Power Days bonus cash, get $7,300 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there. Nope. Watch this.
Brake, brake.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you?
You're right.
Atta girl. The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-made.
All right, just now joining us back after the break. Thanks for watching the Weather Channel. We're starting to see the winds really now cranking here. Enough to at least, start to get you a waving a little bit. All right, and I did notice about 10 seconds ago, a power flash off in the distance, a bright flash. We haven't seen any lightning strikes, but that was some sort of transformer that blew in the distance. So it tells me, okay, we're starting to see now enough to take out power lines, trees maybe knocking down some power lines. So power starting to go out here, at least in the downtown core. Still see several lights on, so that's good. But expect the winds to get worse, and that's what we're going to continue to see here, especially as we go towards midnight and then into the wee morning hours. So remember, too, that outer eye wall really starting to nudge in now towards Gulf Shores. Conditions are even worse there than what we're seeing here. But they may actually get the eye, and if you get the eye, it's not a good thing. But it allows the rain to ease up a little bit and give some time for that water to subside before the back edge comes through. The back edge of this storm not nearly as intense as what we've been dealing with on the front edge, but it's something that's going to be a long time to get through because it's a slow-moving storm. However, here in Pensacola, we may be on the eastern eye wall the whole time, and that could mean even worse situations for folks. Excuse me. The water gets in my mouth and chokes you at times because it's just relentless. But that could mean an even worse case scenario for northwestern Florida, for parts of Santa Rosa and Escambia counties, even over towards Okaloosa. We got to watch out in Destin and Bar Beach. We're going to have Tevin Wooten come up in a couple of hours. He's going to have live updates there to our east because even though right now it's not nearly as bad there, gusting closer to 40 miles per hour where we're in the 60-plus mile per hour range, we will see those winds pick up because this is going to be taking a northeasterly turn. And that's something we're going to be watching as well, especially throughout the day tomorrow. So where do we go from here? We've already seen estimations on the radar of over 13, 14 inches out towards Gulf Shores, out towards Pensacola Beach. And offshore, we've had totals as high as 18 inches, at least by the radar estimation. So we know those rainfall rates are going to continue to plow through southern Alabama and northwest Florida. And even as we go into inland sections like southeastern Alabama and also into Georgia. I want to go to Alabama now. That's where we find our own meteorologist, Reynolds Wolf. And Reynolds, starting to see some transformers starting to pop. You can see a little bit of an explosion in the sky. Winds have really picked up here. The rain has been the same ever since, which is just as hard as heavy as you can imagine. What's the latest update there in Mobile?
Right now, we still have this power outages, around 17,000 customers without power, and I think those are going to be on the uptick as this system continues to crawl its way on shore. Folks, I got to tell you, that is an eerie thing to see those transformers go out. It was back during Hurricane Harvey, was in Texas for that one, in Victoria, Texas, was with a photographer who had actually served in the Gulf War, and off on the horizon, we could see all those pops, the converters just exploding off in the distance. He said it was very similar to what he had seen in Baghdad some years before. So it can get quite scary, to say the very least. Situation that we have now with everything being dark, dangerous times across much of South Alabama. The reason why is because obviously it's hard to see. So if you're driving down the roadway, a place that's not well lit, you could move into an area where there's standing water. And remember, only 6 inches of water can pick up a large vehicle and move it downstream. So that is certainly something to consider. If you're in a safe spot, the best place is, well, really just to stay there. That's the best mindset, because we're going to see changes come in a very big way. When you think about what's happening in terms of the center of circulation, you see the movement of it. You think about Mobile Bay. It's some 413 square miles. It's relatively shallow, and with it, you've got that wind that's going to be causing that water to really pile up in places like, Battleship Park, where you have the USS Alabama and the USS Drum. You can see water definitely pile up in there. Any communities that you have along the shores of Mobile County that touches water, you'll see the effects of it. But eventually, this system is going to continue to march its way on shore. And when it does, notice that we can see it in places like Atmore, Alabama, in Bruton, Montgomery, Alabama. So this is a system that's going to have some big ramifications for a lot of people. You see the flash flood warnings out there. And notice in some of these spots, you could have only 2 to 3, maybe 4 inches of rain compared to what you'll have along parts of the Panhandle. Doesn't matter. That's more than enough to cause some flooding. So, Alex, again, all eyes on the system, which is moving so excruciatingly slow. It's almost one of those things you wish it would actually ramp up, at least in terms of speed, and get it out of there. But
right.
Slow mover, that is not a good thing for us.
Yeah, we'd love to rip off the Band-Aid. This is not going to be one of those ones.
Absolutely.
Yeah, as you know, it's much more painful when you take it off and it grabs each and every little hair, right? Reynolds, thank you. We're going to get back to Reynolds. I want to break down a few city forecasts for you so you know the timing for your community, where you live. And we start with Gulf Shores, Alabama. So Gulf Shores, Alabama, one of the spots that's Beginning to see that wind and rain now. Yeah, you've got some heavy rain across coastal sections of Alabama. And when we look at the region, in addition to getting swamped by heavy rain, you've got a flash flood warning. So Baldwin, Escambia, and Santa Rosa counties under this flash flood warning until 11:15 Central Time. Gulf Shores now until later tomorrow is when we can expect to see those 35+ mile per hour gusts. The gusts greater than 65 miles an hour, those are going to be coming tomorrow morning. So really in the intense intense winds tomorrow closer to landfall. And the rainfall forecast will be 8 to 12 inches. Then we look at Panama City, Florida, 77 degrees right now. You can see the big waves coming in. So rough surf continues to be an issue. Let's look at your timing so you know when you can expect the worst of the wind for your area. And this is another spot, by the way, that's going to be seeing some huge rainfall totals in the Panama City area. You know, we've seen Pensacola. They've been getting drenched, unfortunately. Panama City, another spot. By the way, under a flash flood warning already there in Bay County. That includes Panama City Beach. And when we look at the future radar, we're going to be watching some of these heavy bands work through. So that's why we look at those big rainfall totals around the Panama City area moving forward. By the way, we are going to get you back out to our live reporters in the field, and we've got crews stationed all across the south and southeast to bring you the latest on Sally.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with sun-made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit, sun-made.
I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. So go with the Coopers. Cooper!
People were afraid I was contagious. I felt gross.
It was kind of a shock after I started Cosentix.
4 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentix. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms. If your inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to, serious allergic reactions may occur. Learn more at Cosentix.com.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything. Like pizza, your coworker's lunch, whatever this is. Astronaut food.
And astronauts?
Everything. Yum. It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. I put that on everything.
Hey, it's me, your fridge. Aren't you forgetting something?
Like what?
Like changing your fridge filter, man.
Whoops.
It's not that hard. You don't even have to remember which filter I need. Just go to filtersfast.com. Their fast filter finder finds the right fridge filters, air filters, plus air purifiers for a fraction of big box store prices with their Filters Fast brand filters, plus doorstep delivery and free shipping. Do this for me, man. Go to filtersfast.com and see how much you can save.
The Red Up presents The Cure for the Common Closet.
I know that sigh. You're suffering from common closet.
Not common closet.
But fear not, I have the cure. It's called threadup.com. It's the world's largest online thrift store with all of your favorite brands at incredible prices. Check out this J. Crew dress, $14. Boho weekend look, $25. You can pick your favorite colors, styles, brands, and voila!
Enter code NEW for up to an extra 50% off your first order at threadup.com.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Thanks for staying with us here on the Weather Channel as we track very slow-moving Hurricane Sally. Want to get you out to Orange Beach, Alabama, where we have been watching some huge waves crashing along this structure. And you can see things haven't changed here in Orange Beach. The slow movement of Sally is going to lead to persistent waves, persistent surge, and persistent heavy rainfall. Don't forget about the winds either. Right now, gusting over 50 miles an hour at spots along the beach. Right now, your wind at Orange Beach is 38 miles an hour, and you're one of those spots, gusting currently 53 miles per hour. Now, our storm tracker, Scott Peak, is out there giving us this view. Scott's been out on the road. Scott, what have you seen over the last half hour or so in terms of the rainfall?
Well, it's the bands are intermittent, but it's starting to really pick up as the ice slowly comes on shore. And like you mentioned, those waves are persistent and crashing hard, especially on the pier that you have on the screen. It's just crashing right in.
That one seems to be holding up pretty well. Have you noticed any other areas there on the coast a bit more vulnerable, maybe becoming susceptible to those big waves?
Well, we saw a pier earlier down the road, and it definitely was cut off from the beach, and it was a wooden one. But this one that we're looking at is a solid concrete, but the waves are just crashing right on it.
And those winds have been pretty steady at 50-plus mile-per-hour gusts since we've been talking here for about 2 hours. That's not going to change, as you mentioned, as that eye wall moves in. I got to imagine that becomes tough to drive around. You're in a parking garage, but you get that funneling, too, in spots.
Oh, yes, absolutely. We have the luxury of being protected by the parking garage. But, yeah, so once we go out onto the road, you know, we've noticed that our truck rocks around a lot. And we have seen some construction damage, buildings that haven't been fully constructed that have fallen apart or fallen over. So those winds are very strong and powerful. Even if they're only about 50 miles an hour, they can still cause damage.
Yeah, you mentioned seeing some downed trees. Have you noticed any more in your travels here in the last few minutes?
No, not the last few minutes. We've been kind of playing it safe right now and
staying in that garage.
Yeah, well, because of the storm surge, we don't want to risk getting in the high water and stalling out or getting ourselves in trouble.
Totally, makes perfect sense. And you know, you said earlier, a lot of people seem to have taken the warnings and in some cases the mandates to stay in. There were not many people out on the roads.
Yes, absolutely. It's a ghost town out there now. We only see maybe 1 or 2 passing emergency vehicles, but other than that, that is it. There's nobody on the road.
Yeah, you got to be careful. And as Scott just mentioned, some of the local roads inundated. So stay safe, Scott. Thank you. Glad you are staying safe and smart and continuing to give us these views. We'll be checking back in with Scott in a moment. I want to look now at Pensacola, Florida. This is Chris Bruin shot. And yeah, just imagine Chris out there in it. I think he's taken a second. His fingers, Dr. Nab, are already raisined. I mean, he has just been getting drenched over the last 2+ hours he's been out there. And we're in it for the long haul now. This is something that's going to continue for hours.
Isn't it hard to imagine, Alex, that 2 to 3 hours, when this is all over, might sound like a blip?
Right.
Because it might be like 20 to 30 hours of heavy rainfall and strong winds for places like Pensacola, because you aren't even into the northeastern and eastern eye wall yet. And that is probably what is coming. You're probably going to get this part of the storm coming near or over you. Now, if it wobbles to the right, maybe you get into the eye. If it wobbles left, maybe the eye goes over Mobile. But in any event, it's going to be a long duration event. And the winds aren't even as strong as they're going to be. I know it's been bad. We've got some power outages. We've got some downed trees. We've been gusting over 50 miles an hour at a number of spots. You know, last few hours we've gusted as high as 70 or 75 miles an hour in a few spots. That buoy in the northeastern eye wall starting to get winds like that. But we've also got the winds to deal with in tornadoes. We've got a tornado warning over in Panama City. So here's Mexico Beach that got hit by Michael. Here's Panama City. And you're in a tornado warning there in Bay County. It includes Callaway until 10:30 local time. So it might be about 10 minutes after the hour when the tornado, if it stays together, might get into Panama City. Here comes that velocity signature right in there, going right up along the coast. It was just offshore of Mexico Beach, now about to come on shore near Tyndall Air Force Base, and then maybe head up into into the Panama City area. So lowest level, most interior room. And since we've had flooding in the area, we need to be saying lowest dry level, most interior room. And we've had over a foot of rainfall reported on the ground in Pensacola. The radar estimates are similar, over a foot of rain out between Pensacola and Panama City. And the 12-hour rates that are in the 18 to 20 to 22 inch range are just offshore. So we're going to get that 1, 2, maybe 2.5 feet of rain in some spots when this is all over. This is a very serious, life-threatening situation with this flash flood warning, as you heard from our Scott Peak, confirmed by emergency management, relayed through NWS chat, that we've got a number of roads underwater and impassable down there in the Gulf Shores area in Orange Beach. It's a good thing that we've heard that there's nobody on the roads. But this is the advice to live by to get through this event near the coast and inland. Don't drive on any water-covered roads, and don't walk on any water-covered roads. You don't know what's in the water. Keep the kids out of there. And, of course, we've started to get reports of water getting into structures. So if you are in your home and water's coming into your home and you feel like your life is threatened, go to the highest level and call 911. Of course, we don't know when the authorities will be able to get out there and get you. Again, Orange Beach about to get the northeastern eye wall.
What kind of value are you looking for with your next new vehicle? With Subaru, you get Kelley Blue Book's 2020 Best Resale Value brand, 2020 Lowest 5-Year Cost to Own brand, and Most Trusted brand for 6 consecutive years. No wonder Kelley Blue Book also picked Subaru as their 2020 Best Overall brand. A trusted brand and a proven value. It's easy to love a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select Subaru models, now through September 30th.
When you've got auto glass damage, Safe Flight can come to you. And you'll get a text when we're on our way.
Just leave your keys on the dash, and we'll replace your windshield with safe, no-contact service. Schedule at safeflight.com.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. Ooh. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it? Motorcycle riders love the open road, and Geico loves helping riders get to where they're going. So to help even more, Geico is giving new and current customers a 15% credit on their motorcycle policies with the Geico Give Back. And because we're committed for the long haul, the credit lasts your full policy term. The Geico Give Back, helping riders focus on the road ahead.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, I forgot something.
Thank you. Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
Did you know that your clothes can actually attract pet hair? With new Bounce Pet Hair and Lint Guard, your clothes can repel pet hair. Look how the shirt on the left attracts pet hair like a magnet. Pet hair is no match for Bounce. With Bounce, you can love your pets and lint roll less.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
At Cracker Barrel, there's comfort in every bite. With new favorites like our fresh-baked chicken pot pie, filled with chicken and vegetables. Come on home to Cracker Barrel. Dine in, curbside, or delivery.
When you have diabetes, managing your blood sugar is crucial. Try Boost Glucose Control. The patented blend is clinically shown to help manage blood sugar levels. It provides 60% more protein than the leading diabetes nutrition shake. Try Boost Glucose Control.
To our live continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. We have a new advisory in from the National Hurricane Center. There are some changes, but not to the intensity or the pressure. It's still an 85-mile-per-hour Category 1 hurricane. Now, of course, that's not good news. It hasn't weakened, and again, it got a little stronger in the last few hours, so we still have a very strong and dangerous hurricane that is inching at 2 miles an hour on a north-northeastward trajectory. Now, that does have some implications because it looks like the Hurricane Center has become a little more confident in a jog that's east of due north. And so that will change some things with the warnings. You don't see it on this map, but it will update soon. The hurricane warning has been extended another county eastward to the Okaloosa-Walton County line. So that will now include Fort Walton Beach and Destin will now be in the hurricane warning. So that's been extended eastward. You're already in a tropical storm warning. Now it's been extended eastward one more county. So Destin, Fort Walton Beach now in the hurricane warning. Same goes for the storm surge warning. And let me confirm what that was saying. The storm surge warning has been extended. Okay, I'm glad I checked that. The storm surge warning had already gone to Destin, Fort Walton Beach, and now it's going to go another county eastward, and that will now go to the Walton Bay County line. So not all the way to Panama City, but into places like Miramar Beach. So things are getting inched a little bit farther to the east. So Destin, Fort Walton Beach, you were already in a storm surge warning. You're now also in a hurricane warning. Miramar Beach now also in the storm surge warning. Now, again, let's take a look at what's going on with this thing in terms of the next several days. This is the new track and intensity forecast. Look at the intensity forecast. Because of the substantial drop in pressure in the last 24 hours, 988 last evening down to 972 now. This thing has held together quite well, and now that it's gotten a little bit stronger in the last several hours, Hurricane Center forecasting possibility of a little bit more intensification by the time it comes ashore. Now, this forecast point would be valid at 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning, and that might be about the time when it's coming ashore, plus or minus. So, sometime tomorrow morning, maybe as a 90-mile-an-hour hurricane, so maybe a little bit stronger. Then it will follow a similar path as was shown earlier, and of course that will continue to bring the heavy rainfall and the potentially disastrous flooding way inland. Look at how much rain has already fallen, more than a foot in some places. Chris Bruin in Pensacola, we've already verified near 13 inches of rain has fallen near you, and that is just the beginning. Could exceed a foot, 2 feet in some places. My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that official observation there at the Naval Air Station here in Pensacola. We're closing in on 13 inches, and we haven't even gotten into the worst part of the storm yet, which is still hours away. We may be getting close to a direct hit here, either between maybe around Perdido Key. Either way, we're going to be on that hardcore east eye wall, and that is going to be a problem. If this track eastward could happen a little farther, it would be better news here for Pensacola, which is one of the hardest hit cities, along with so many from Gulf Shores down to Pensacola Beach. And again, those hurricane warnings now extend all the way east to Destin and Fort Walton Beach, where water levels have already rose this evening and are continuing to rise tonight. So that will be a big concern, I think, by high tide tomorrow. We're going to have to watch that because you're getting that constant southerly and southeasterly push off of the Gulf of Mexico, and that's causing all of the water from the beach to wash ashore, to fill up the bays, to fill up the inlets, and really cause that water to rise anywhere from 4 to maybe 6 feet in some cases. A lot of docks have been submerged and are really going to take a beating. So if you have a boat dock, maybe you left your vacation home and are wondering, okay, what's happening, or maybe your residence. A lot of docks have been ripped up because of just the action we have had all day and all night long, and we will continue to have into the day tomorrow. In fact, winds are expected to get upwards of hurricane force strength here in Pensacola Beach, over towards Ferry Pass, and then getting eastward into Niceville, Fort Walton Beach, and places in between, even including Navarre Beach, where we'll have live updates here in about a little over an hour or so. Power outages are continuing to climb. We know we're in the several thousands across northwest Florida and also over towards southern Alabama. Nearly 20,000 customers in Mobile alone, and then that mounting also to the south. Winds have really picked up. You're starting to hear it. It feels, we got a gust coming through. It kind of wraps around. If you're not familiar with our location, we're downtown Pensacola. We're not on Pensacola Beach. Again, the bridges are closed. You really can't travel at all to the barrier islands. It's way too dangerous. Of course, it's nighttime too. And remember, those bridges go up They go up high, some cases higher than 50 feet, 100 feet in some cases. And what happens is your winds get accelerated. So that 82-mile-per-hour wind gust, which is the highest that we've seen here on land with Hurricane Sally, that was at an altitude of about a little over 100 feet above the ground level at Fort Morgan. So that's slightly not what you would expect at the surface. We did have a 75-mile-per-hour gust there at Dolphin Island. So that was our first hurricane force gust, and we're probably gusting close to that around Gulf Shores right now. And Perdido Key, you're going to be next. Pensacola Beach, you're going to see hurricane force winds. And we already know now, police reports across the area saying a lot of trees down. Social media, folks posting on social media of the trees down in their yard. So we're seeing a lot of that type of situation. And Dr. Nab, this is definitely some of the highest of winds I have noticed. Just hearing it, it really sounds, it's really making a much louder sound. I can definitely tell the winds are really starting to get cranking now here around Pensacola, right on the bay, on the north side of Pensacola Bay across from Pensacola Beach.
Yeah, and this northeastward motion, Chris, as you've been talking about, is important for a number of reasons because, you know, it has prompted these eastward extensions of the hurricane and storm surge warnings. But it's really important to reiterate here, with a slow-moving hurricane at only 2 miles an hour, this means that if you go through the eye, there is the benefit of having a few to several hours, depending on how fast it's going at landfall, of no rain or a lot less rain. However, if you go through the eastern eye wall or just outside of it, you stay in the rainfall the entire time. And that could make a big difference in who gets the worst rainfall totals, in addition to who gets the strongest onshore push with the storm surge, which of course are going to combine to cause freshwater and saltwater flooding, in some places a combination of the two, and you get the strongest wind. So these little details in the path of a slow-moving hurricane are definitely important in terms of who gets what, but we just, you know, it's hard to pinpoint where all of these things are going to happen. Again, here's this new track and intensity forecast. It is once again shifted to the right. Sally just has not behaved. It keeps edging to the right more and more. Now, landfall would be sometime tomorrow morning, maybe as a little bit stronger hurricane. And if it follows the middle of the cone, maybe it would come ashore with the center very close to the Alabama-Florida border. But that doesn't mean it can't jog back to the left or go farther to the right. But in any event, it's getting harder and harder for places like Pensacola and for Fort Walton Beach to avoid being on the right-hand side in most of the scenarios. So that's why the hurricane warning has been extended one more county eastward to include Fort Walton Beach and Destin, and the storm surge warning has been extended all the way here to the Bay County line, so now includes Miramar Beach as well as Destin and Fort Walton Beach that were already in it. Now, look at Pensacola. You're getting that water rise now up to 3 feet above normally dry ground right there at the coast. So now that storm surge flooding all by itself is getting into that life-threatening threshold. And we've got the rain and the flash flood warning going on in that same area. And again, here is that really nasty northeastern eye wall that if it continues this north-northeastward path, that is going to hammer places like Pensacola. So this is going to be a really, really bad hit to the western Florida panhandle, one way or the other, regardless of all the details. I want to take a look also at the winds gusting recently. 53 at Pensacola, 32 all the way in Panama City, 54 up in Mobile. And again, we're having a lot of reports of downed trees, not just right there at the coast, but happening well inland as well. Here are some of the recent reports going on in terms of trees coming down in the Mobile area. So this is a situation in which I really would shelter like you would for a tornado as these winds increase. If you've got trees in your yard, realize that trees falling on homes have killed people in Laura and Isaías this year. You don't want to be one of those during this system. And we've still got our tornado warning in Panama City. So obviously, you would shelter for a tornado here. Lowest level, most interior room. Unless you got flooding coming in, you don't want to go to the lowest wet level, go to the lowest dry level. So Chris, Broom, we've got so many hazards to deal with, and I'm just really concerned that you are going to be in one of those places that might not be fortunate enough to get the eye and get the break in the rain and the wind.
You have, you may have mentioned this, Dr. Knapp, really quickly though, I may have missed out. Is there a chance, I know it's not likely, but is there a chance we could see a little bit more of an eastward jog that would bring maybe the eye or part of the eye over, you know, Pensacola Beach, Perdido Key, and downtown Pensacola, and at least kind of stop the heavy rain for a couple of hours?
That is at least possible. You know, we don't know where this is going to wobble. So if it wobbles a little bit back to the left and goes right around in this area, then Pensacola would certainly get the eastern eye wall and not get a break. If it goes a little bit more to the right, then you could get the eye. So we just don't know yet, Chris. So I imagine folks there, if you're really concerned about the flooding, and I would be too, and if you're concerned about the strongest winds, and I would be too, you really want to get that eye, I think. And you might, Chris, but I can't guarantee it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping for it, because just a break from the torrential downpours. You know, there weren't a lot of mandatory evacuations here in northwest Florida. So a lot of people are at home, and they feel safe for the most part, but they're looking out their window and they're seeing water in their yard getting higher. And they're starting to get concerned, especially since we haven't even had a landfall yet, and we still got hours upon hours of this to go. So this is something we're going to continue to follow here very closely. Again, hoping that we can at least get into the eye. That would lower our rainfall rates at least for a little bit. Otherwise, we're going to be stuck in this here likely through sunrise and beyond. It may be before lunchtime before we see anything really kind of subside. When I taste the rain, I taste a little bit of spray, which this is Pensacola Bay right here, just beyond this fence. What happens is there's a bit of a seawall, and it drops off about 6 feet. Now, the water's about 3 feet below that because the waves are crashing, but it's still well below where we're not getting any overwash, at least here. Now, all of the other parks nearby, they are flooded. They are completely submerged with the surge that came in. And again, you heard Dr. Knapp say about 3-foot surge in and around Pensacola. Now remember, we're still coming off a low tide right now. 7 o'clock in the morning is the next high tide, and that's going to be another defining moment here, especially across northwestern Florida. I'd be concerned all the way over to Destin, even beyond that. 38, we're going to have some significant water rise, especially given the fact that we're going to get that northeastward forward motion. You're going to be picking up that speed, and you're going to be getting that whole onshore push. All right, so that's the latest here in Pensacola. I want to bring in my good buddy, Dr. Reynolds Wolf, meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. On a scale of 1 to 10, how wet are you, Reynolds? Because right now, I can't even put into words how soaked I am. Just to be dry for 10 minutes sounds really nice right about now.
Different world altogether. Go get dry for a bit, buddy. Let me tell you right now, we have it still coming in on sheets. Every now and again, you'll have just a blast, a torrent of it, where it really just tends to lower visibility. But really, it's just been light to moderate showers, but all of it adds up. It is a mathematical equation, right? And when it comes to numbers, by the way, remember, it was about a year ago, actually less than a year ago, I think you had 7 inches of rainfall that happened, that fell here in the Mobile area, and with it, you had widespread flooding. You had again, a lot of rescues out there and about. Guys, I'm just giving you a little bit of inside baseball. Having some issues hearing back in the control room, so I may have to get some additional guidance. But I'll tell you, what we have in terms of what we have in guidance for the time being is that we have more of this onslaught of rain that is coming on through. The power outages, that's one thing I mentioned too. We have over 50,000 customers that power at this time, and I guarantee you that by the time I finish this sentence, there'll be a bit more. The reason why happens to be the rain. You see right there the number of outages. And so this is why so many of you across parts of the Florida Panhandle or in South Alabama have been seeing a lot of power crews out and about. They are staging this night. And then for tomorrow, when the winds begin to die down, Alex, what we anticipate is that we can expect conditions to, well, be better, more favorable for them to get out. But it's going to take a bit. We got to wait for the system to move up and move out. And, Alex, that is really the most frustrating thing of all, is how slow this happens to be. Let's wrap it up and send it back to Alex in the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Reynolds. Got to talk about the inland flooding threat, because the threat of the heavy rainfall does not end at the coast. Instead, it works its way well into Georgia, the Carolinas, northern Alabama. Take a look at the European model. Footprint of 8 to 12-inch totals, perhaps some even higher amounts there in parts of northeast Georgia, getting into the upstate of South Carolina, sections of North Carolina, also seeing some of those huge amounts. Now, the USGFS model, the flavor generally the same, the amounts a little on the lower end, but still looking at that footprint of really heavy rain to almost track right along Interstate 85 from Atlanta to Greenville and Spartanburg up to Charlotte, eventually heading into places like Raleigh. So tomorrow and into early Thursday, likelihood of flash flooding from Pensacola, Apalachicola, all the way into North Georgia. So we'll be watching the Atlanta metro area very closely. Then Thursday into early Friday, we get Greenville and Charlotte in on the mix. We're back after this.
We know to wash our hands. Here's a reminder from Cetaphil to wash your face, too. Dermatologist recommended Cetaphil washes away germs in 20 seconds and leaves skin moisturized and healthy. Show your sensitive skin some love with Cetaphil.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein with nutrients to support immune health.
Clean is a feeling. It's the simple joy of washing your hands without ever touching a faucet. It's the little things that matter. That's why we create moments to feel Kohler clean every day.
The shift has begun. The ante's been upped. To lead the charge, good had to be amazing. And amazing had to become the expectation. The power has shifted.
Now during Ram Power Days, get $1,250 bonus cash on the 2020 Ram 3500.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you?
You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
We believe in good we can all afford. From coffee that opens more eyes to black business to 100 shades of beautiful.
Being a patient with diabetes myself, I can say without question that the Dexcom system is the most powerful tool to help navigate diabetes better on a daily basis.
I love it. I just wear a little sensor and that's it. It's totally painless and private.
The Dexcom sends my glucose readings to my receiver every 5 minutes. I just pull it out of my pocket and look, and I don't have to prick my finger.
Dexcom puts you in control, not your diabetes.
Imagine diving into the biggest closet in the world, packed with your favorite brands and styles at unbelievable prices. Welcome to ThredUp, the world's largest online thrift store, with over 50,000 new items every day at unbeatable prices. Madewell from $9, Anthropologie from $13, Coach from $25, Nike from $6. From these racks right to your door. Check out the app and see for yourself. Enter code NEW for up to an extra 50% off your first order at thredup.com.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
All eyes on Hurricane Sally, 85-mile-per-hour Category 1 hurricane, but the slow movement, 2 miles an hour, really the headliner with this one. So we're in it in terms of the wind, the waves, the rainfall for a long way to go, but won't make landfall until tomorrow. Yeah, we've been watching this thing just hang out near the coast. I know, kind of frustrating. As Reynolds said, we'd love to just see this thing get out of here and get it over with. This is Orange Beach, Alabama, where they have been gusting over 50 miles an hour over the past few hours. Those waves have just been battering this structure. Now, Scott and his team are in a parking structure, so we've begun to see some of the local roadways covered with water as well, he mentioned, so they're safely hanging out here in this structure, but it's going to be a long haul for places like Orange Beach. You're not alone. Perdido Key, Florida, we have seen rounds of heavy rain there. Last check, not quite as heavy of rain, but as Dr. Nab promised, that is back. You've got gusts to 48 miles an hour with a wind steady at 28 miles an hour. That wind blowing that rain absolutely sideways. And when we talk about soaking rain, we have to talk about Chris Bruin. Chris, you have just been getting hammered with the rainfall. Huge totals. In fact, over a foot nearby.
Yeah, some of the totals, Alex, have been more than that. And the National Weather Service here out of Mobile, that's the local office. First off, they've been gusting now to 62 miles per hour over the last hour, all right? And they just issued a statement saying that this is going to be a historic, with all capitals, life-threatening flash flood situation here along the coast. That is not something that is issued very often, guys. It's really going to be a huge ordeal and one that many are going to benchmark for future storms. And looking back, remember what Sally did? This is going to be one of those when it comes to the flash flooding. That is what's going to be so crucial here, and unfortunately, that's what's going to be so damaging and destructive. It's hard to get a grasp on what's actually happening all around Pensacola because you can't even see yet just, 100 yards ahead of you. You can barely make out anything. It's so disorienting. The rain's coming down so heavy, and it has not stopped, and it hurts. The rain hits you with those tropical storm force gusts that we have seen, and it really just eats away at, structures in your home and your plants. A lot of trees down. We have already seen that. But we're getting word that 11% of customers now in Escambia County, Florida, are without power. That number will likely increase, especially given the forecast track now shifting more towards the Florida line and extreme, the Florida, Alabama line, and more so looking more and more likely it'll be here in Florida. Gulf Shores, by the way, latest measurement, sustained winds now over 60 miles per hour with gusts that have been over 80 miles per hour. That is why they closed the road into and out of Gulf Shores, Alabama. That rarely closes, so it's extremely dangerous. A lot of roads now are becoming so dangerous and impassable, they're just shutting them down completely. That's what we're seeing there in Gulf Shores. That is what's headed for us here in Pensacola and Pensacola Beach, Gulf Breeze over towards Ferry Pass, getting into Navarre County or Navarre Beach and areas there in south central Santa Rosa County. Or remember that hurricane warning has now been extended eastward, so it includes parts of Okaloosa County, Fort Walton Beach, and also Destin. You are all under now hurricane warnings where we could see winds in excess of 74 miles per hour or stronger as we go into the overnight hours. So rainfall totals here, when you have the wording like that from the National Weather Service out of Mobile, a historic life-threatening flash flood situation expected and going to happen here at the coast, it's really concerning, especially given the totals we have already seen, the rainfall rates that have been over 2 inches per hour now for hours on end. This is something you do not see with even tropical systems all that often. It's just because of that forward speed. And again, this is going to be less about the intensity of Sally and more about the duration that this is going to last. Because I think, Dr. Nab, you put it in lamest terms, 2 to 3 hours is going to be like a blip in the big scheme of things. I mean, we've been enduring this for 7-8 hours now, and it is still far from over.
Yeah, this is going to be not just annoying, but, really, really testing everybody's patience, because you're going to want to go outside and check the damage. You're going to want to, not have to be confined in your safe place. But we're talking more than a day, and maybe some folks might deal with the winds and the rain for 2 days when you back up to when it started until when it ends. Now, I want to take a look at the big picture here in terms of what the winds are. Gusting to 60 miles an hour recently in Mobile, Alabama. The buoy just offshore in that northeastern eye wall, getting to 81 miles an hour in terms of the gust. Just a couple recent reports up here in Mobile. Large tree down on a home, and home damage at Roberts Street. This is why, as the winds increase, I highly recommend, if you've got trees in your yard, you want to shelter like you would for a tornado, because we've lost lives in Isaías and Laura this year with trees falling on homes. We don't want that to happen to you. So shelter like you would for a tornado during this storm, if you've got trees in your yard especially. Look at up here. Here's Jackson, Mississippi, way inland. Tree down on a road causing a road closure. This is just the beginning. And that's another one of the life-threatening aspects of hurricanes. They knock down trees, and then if you get out on the road, you go around a curve, you run right into the tree. People have died that way too. So you got to stay off the roads during this event. Over a foot of rain in a number of places, and we've got that flash flood warning continuing here in Pensacola, Florida, a combination of fresh water and saltwater flooding.
When you've got auto glass damage, Safe Flight can come to you.
And you'll get a text when we're on our way. Just leave your keys on the dash, and we'll replace your windshield with safe, no-contact service. Schedule at safelight.com.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
Still your best friend, and now your co-pilot. Still a father, but now a friend. Still an electric car, just more electrifying. Still a night out, but everything fits in. Still hard work, just a little easier. Still a legend, just more legendary. Chevrolet, making life's journey just better.
Look at that scuffed up wall. Staring at you. Embarrassing you in front of your in-laws. Spreading rumors about you at work. That wall is your Everest, but not anymore. Today, let's paint. That wall never knew what hit it. Today, let's paint.